Thank you. Good afternoon and welcome to the May 5th Committee of Bar Examiners meeting. As a reminder, this meeting is being recorded. At this time, Devin, could you call the roll, please?
Dr. Bolton?
Here.
Dr. Cow? Alex Chan? Kareem Gangora? Larry Kaplan?
Here.
Paul Kramer?
Here.
Alex Lawrence? Esther Lynn?
Here.
Justice Misiwala?
Here.
Joshua Montgomery? Bethany Peak?
Here.
Ashley Silva Guzman? Julianne Smith?
Here.
Judge Reyna? Vince Reyes?
Here.
Alan Yokelson?
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. I didn't formally say it, but this meeting is called to order. My name is Alan Yokelson. I'm the Vice Chair of the Committee of Bar Examiners. And before we get started, just a couple of reminders. As required by the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act, members are to appear visibly on camera during teleconference meetings, except if a member is unable to appear by video due to connectivity challenges. We ask that any members who are present with their cameras off state their names and reasons for not being on camera. Additionally, if a member joins the meeting after roll call, they should raise their hand virtually to notify the chair and the public of their presence. If their camera is off, they should provide an explanation. Members should also raise their hands when leaving and returning to the meeting if they will be absent for more than 5 minutes. Next on the agenda is a call for public comment. Before we begin public comment, I would like to remind everyone that under the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act, public comments must pertain to items that are on the agenda or related to matters that are within the jurisdiction of this agency. Specifically, the committee exercises oversight on admissions matters, including the California bar exam, the first-year law students exam, moral character applications, and law school regulation. The CBE does not have authority over attorney discipline, and there are no attorney discipline matters on the agenda for today's meetings. Members of the public wishing to comment were encouraged to submit written comments prior to the meeting to ensure that the committee would have time to consider those comments. The committee has received and read all the written public comments, and we thank you for that. To facilitate hearing as many members of the public as possible, I encourage you not to repeat points that were already made by previous speakers. Additionally, we have a full agenda for today's short meeting. As the Vice Chair of the CBE, I am going to exercise the option to limit each speaker's time to 2 minutes or to close the public comment period after 2 hours, which includes a 10-minute break, or after the first 100 speakers, whichever occurs first. For those who are participating by Zoom video, you should have a function for virtually raising your hand. It is a hand icon and should appear at the bottom center of your screen. If you wish to address the committee, please click on the hand icon now, and the committee coordinator will call on you in the order that the hands are raised. For those of you who are participating by phone, you may virtually raise your hand by pressing *9, that is the star key, then the number 9. Again, doing so will alert staff that you would like to make a comment, and the committee coordinator will call upon you and open your microphone so that you can address the committee. For those of you who are participating from a noticed location, please alert the committee member or the State Bar member present in the room if you would like to make comment. Staff will have an on-screen countdown timer visible to all attendees during the duration of your comment. The timer's 2-minute countdown will begin as soon as you start your comment. The on-screen timer will flash throughout the final 10 seconds. Please focus your comments again on items that are on the agenda or relate to matters that are within the committee's jurisdiction. All right. Devin, do we have people signed up for public comment?
We do. And I believe that there are members of the public in the Los Angeles office,
There
as,
are,
as
yeah,
well as another members. So if we'd like to start with the Los Angeles office,
that
there's a public comment table,
I'll
and a
invite,
microphone.
I'll bring them up. Uh, I'm calling on the members, and a person is approaching. Yeah, come on up here, have a seat. The button, press. Yeah, the one that says push. Except I don't think it connected. There you go.
Testing.
Go ahead.
Okay.
And please state your name.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Zach DeFazio Farrell. I'm a February 2025 bar exam applicant. I want to begin by saying how deeply disappointing and demoralizing this entire experience has been. We paid thousands of dollars, gave up months of our lives, and prepared to be tested on our legal competence. What we got was a chaotic, error-filled, and an inequitable process. We faced server crashes, system lockouts, AI-generated questions we were never told about, and an exam so compromised that 92% of applicants reported disruption. Then we learned that the same vendor who wrote some of these questions also graded them, and the Supreme Court has now ordered the State Bar to stop using those questions altogether and return to NCBE-authored questions for July. The media has called this a disaster. Legislators have introduced bills. The public is watching, but still we're told the results stand. That guesswork-based score imputation is good enough to measure whether we deserve to practice law. State Bar's mission is to protect the public. But I ask, does using flawed testing results protect the public? Does omitting critical information on a major licensing exam protect the public? Does forcing thousands of applicants who were denied a fair chance to even complete the exam to now take more time off work, more time from their families, more time out of their lives to retake it, protect the public? How can you, with a straight face, look us in the eye and say, you're upholding justice and protecting the public? Us. We are not asking to skip demonstrating competence. We are asking for the chance to do so in a way that reflects the real world and respects the barriers put in our way. Allow us to demonstrate minimum competence, the very kind the bar failed to demonstrate to us, in real world conditions through a supervised provisional licensure pathway without requiring us to retake the exam. In addition, allow attorney applicants to become fully licensed. They have already demonstrated minimum competence elsewhere, and we should be grateful that they wish to practice here in California. Let us work, support ourselves, and gain the experience necessary to become the next generation of ethical, competent, and dedicated attorneys, some of whom may one day sit where you sit now, charged with protecting the public and expanding access to justice. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. Hi. Could you give us your name?
Yeah, my name is Anna Park, and I am a February 2025 bar applicant as well. Hello, everyone. Thank you for your time and attention. I'm speaking regarding agenda item number 3.1. I wanted to speak today to emphasize that the current score adjustment is not a sufficient remedy for the applicants who took this exam. A small, blanket raw score change does not adequately address the myriad of issues that impacted test takers during this exam. It doesn't address the last-minute changes and contradictory information provided by both the bar and Measure Learning before the exam. It doesn't address the significantly variable technology issues during the exam, or the badly written and in some cases AI drafted and invalid multiple choice questions. Additionally, the score imputation system recommended by ACS Ventures punishes those who hurried and guessed just to get something on the paper and rewards those who left sections blank. All of these factors combine to ensure this exam did not test minimum competence. Due to that, please recommend a provisional license program to the Board of Trustees with reciprocity for attorney applicants who have already proven that they're competent. At a bare minimum, there needs to be a provisional license program for all February applicants so that their careers and lives are not put further on hold due to the errors and issues during this administration. Ideally, lowering the pass threshold further, passing second read applicants, or implementing a full provisional licensure without a retake requirement would be the most equitable remedies. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there anybody else here in LA? Sir? Yeah, come on up. And hi.
Hi, how you
Please-
doing?
Good. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Justin Jennings. I am also a February 2025 bar applicant, a person who took the exam. And I'm here to speak on agenda item number 3.1. So I want to first and foremost say that I appreciate the attempts of the bar commissioners and everyone to try to make some type of remedies in order to adequately, take care of the situation that happened and the missteps that we unfortunately had to go through. One thing that I would love to see discussed or some transparency on that has to this point not been addressed is the addition of extra time on the bar exam. None of your, well, one slide on your information that you gave out did mention the additional time, and it just said that the test taking time was in the normal range, and it had 79% of the applicants, were within the normal range. But that doesn't give a breakdown of how many people had testing accommodations that would have received the extra time. I know for a fact that people did receive extra time on the exam because I was one of those people. I only know that people received extra time on the exam because I was one of those people. I've seen stories of individuals who did not receive extra time, who did not know that extra time was given, and stories of people who said that all they had to do was, when they were having a problem, call and speak to the proctors, and they were given additional extra time. We don't know what sections that extra time was given on. We don't know how much total extra time people were given on additional sections. We don't know if all the people that passed, or a majority, or less, received extra time. To me, that's a big, big concern because it's one of the most inadequate and unfair things that you can do if you're trying to give an exam that everyone is supposed to have an equal opportunity to pass. That's one thing that I would like to see addressed. The other thing is, as others have said here, the fact that we as applicants, myself and everyone else who took the exam included, feel as if we were being penalized in situations where we did not have access to things or our functionality was limited. And because, as we've been taught through other exams and our life, and not to leave an answer blank and, submit what we have at that moment. And so even if, for instance, for myself on one question, the answer was not complete, and I could have used additional time that someone else may have gotten on that same test or section, I submitted my answer.
Mr. Jennings,
yeah.
thank you for your public comment. Your time is concluded.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I didn't want to, I thought we were there, so,
Thank you very much for taking the time.
thank you, sir. Is there anybody else? Devin, that concludes the public comment from the LA office.
Thank you. Are there any other public members at a notice location that wish to provide public comment? Julianne, I believe you're on mute.
Apologies, I want a member of the public at my location. Sir, did you press raise your hand? Oh, you pressed the raise hand option.
Okay, and what is their name?
Stevens and Danos.
Stevens and Danos?
I'm not seeing their
And go ahead, please.
name appearing. If
So
they
I
wish,
used a public Zoom link
okay, if they wish,
for the room.
they could either provide public comment out loud and we can hear them. I don't see them listed with their raised hand.
Okay, I can move my screen. That works. Apologies for the technical issues.
Well, Stevens and Danos, February 2025 bar applicant. I appear before you today with deep disappointment in this institution, its organization, in creating and administering the February 2025 bar exam was the worst in state bar history. The technical issues I experienced alone included delays, lack of communication, broken promises of basic computer functionality, and frequent disconnects. The experience of test takers, remotely and in person, varied so wildly in both degree and kind that I remain skeptical that any psychometrician could calculate accurately, let alone remedy every obstacle each test taker faced. Justice Oliver Wendell Holmes famously once said that even a dog distinguishes between being stumbled over and being kicked. There may be an attempt by some here to dismiss the technical issues as something of a stumble, But the revelation of AI's implementation without any transparency or oversight was a kick to test takers. We were not informed of AI's use as we studied and prepared for this exam. Our Supreme Court was not informed, and neither were many members of the state bar. The state bar's petition still lacks necessary transparency. It does not tell us which version of ChatGPT was used, which is critical to know because of hallucination rates in AI that can vary between 29 to 40%. We were also not told what, if any, considerations were made when the psychometrician or ACS finishers decided unilaterally to implement AI. Was an AI program's use in the legal profession a consideration? Were lower hallucination rates a consideration? Or was ChatGPT, warts and all, simply chosen out of convenience? The apparent conflict of interest in the psychometricians creating and vetting bar questions means that this body can ill afford to treat that party's analysis with the same blind deference it has since the exam ended. Because of these unprecedented and continuous failures, I implore the state bar to rectify the serious harm stuff with a fair solution. Granting provisional licenses with a pathway to full licensure to all affected examinees in state and reciprocity for out-of-state test takers. We should not bear the burden of the negative consequences of this case. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Are there any other members at any of the other sites who wish to speak, or any members of the public who wish to speak? Seeing none, Devin, are there people online who wish to speak?
Yes, our first public comment from the advanced sign up list is Benjamin Cohn.
Hello. I want to start by echoing some of the prior speakers' concerns about the one-size-fits-all aspect of the scoring remedy. I know that you're now addressing non-score remedies, but it's important when there's been some mindset from some members of the public who've been commenting that because the pass rate is so much higher than historically in February, that must mean there's no harm. That must mean that anyone who would have passed before would pass now, even at least if they would have had there not been issues because of the score remedies. That is not true. I don't think that there is much statistical correspondence between the remedies that were imposed and the harm done. It just because of the variability in the types of prejudice and harms and how it was remedied, ranging from the proctors trying to remedy for some people, but other people had the proctors aggravate the issue, ranging from the things before the exam versus the things during the exam, ranging from the failures to implement testing accommodations versus generic text issues. All of that variability just is not done with the score remedy. It's still possible that someone who could have passed had they received a fair opportunity would have failed even with the score remedy now. So given that there is that injustice present, there's still a need for the non-score remedies to be adequately restorative to the having an opportunity to practice law without a retake. And I believe that the provisional licensure should have that pathway, ideally through reintroduction of the portfolio bar exam with these new circumstances and exigencies being considered by the Supreme Court that it didn't have last time. The Supreme Court's concerns were in many events solvable regardless of whether these new exigencies happened. So now those should be addressed, and there should be a pilot program for those with the given provisional licenses as a result of these new exigencies with that new revised portfolio bar exam proposal that should be made. In addition, there needs to be some monetary compensation, especially for the people who suffered medical injuries as a result of the exam, even if they passed. Thank you.
Thank you. I've been alerted that there's a member of the public in the Los Angeles office that wishes to give public comment.
Great, thank you. Sorry, someone in Smart and Final didn't know how to use a credit card, so.
That's
Hi.
okay. State your name, please.
My name is Chris Coombs.
Go ahead, sir.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for being here, for allowing us to speak. Some of my largest concerns actually have to do with the use of the psychometrician and the way that he evaluated the need or necessity for the different time allotments. I'm very curious about the complete data set that he used. I'm a statistician myself, so I would be very appreciative if the bar would be more transparent in the way that they came to their decisions, the way that they determined which variables would or would not be used, whether there was, Crohn's alpha being used, or what standardization was being used, what weight was given to different variables, because it seems like throughout this entire process that's been kept a mystery. Apparently there were some private presentations to the Bar Association themselves, except I remember one meeting where there was a difficulty counting people and minutes, and so that doesn't really give me much confidence about the ability to properly evaluate the tools that the psychometrician was using himself. I think especially given the conflict of interest between the psychometrician and between the psychometrician and evaluating the different questions that were allowed to be on the exam, that put a lot of pause into examinees, especially for those for whom English is not necessarily their first language. Reading through a multitude of grammatical and spelling errors is very debilitating, even for those of us for whom English is our first language. So I can't even imagine the additional stress that would be placed upon them when when they would be expecting perfect execution of the exam in order for things to be completely 100% fair. I'm also very concerned with the way that the different impact that time had for different individuals between getting kicked off and attempting to complete exams within the allotted time in an effort to not be kicked off and no longer have actual responses. I think that's it.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you so much.
Very much.
Our
All right,
next,
you can resume.
our next public comment will be from Mitzi. Mitzi, you've been unmuted.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay. Hi, I'm here to advocate for the February 2025 test takers. I am lucky to say that I have passed the exam. However, I don't think that the lowering the raw score is a meaningful solution. I think it's time, and this is the perfect time to give applicants the opportunity to have a pathway to full licensure without having to take this test. If you look at the statistics, if you look at the research, marginalized communities are being impacted disproportionately from this test. This test is artificial. It doesn't really test whether somebody can be a good attorney or not. We have the same violation rates compared to states that have a diploma privilege. I also think that the way this exam was rolled out, it really opens our eyes to the structural issues within this department, and the fact that one person has resigned is not enough. That is one person taking the blame for all the other issues. Where are the rest of the resignations? Where is the accountability? Why is it just one person resigning and taking on the blame? And lastly, let's not forget those that did not get their accommodations. To me, that's mind-boggling how this institution can justify leaving people behind at the expense of their future, their salaries, their potential, just to preserve this institution. I don't know what's so precious about this institution. If you truly believed in protecting the public, there are other ways to protect the public and move forward and come to terms. I keep hearing this like, oh, the historical passing rate's 30%. Therefore, if
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next public comment is from Mary Basic.
Hi there. I had 2 points that I wanted to make. The first is about item 3.1 about remediation. And one of the remediation options that I didn't see on there that I thought that the board should consider, or I'm sorry, the committee, is a partial retake option. Given the myriad of problems and that they differed for all of the takers and they differed at different times of the day, it might make sense to allow people to take their essay or the written score portion and or their MBE portion, or not an and then just take the part of the exam they did not pass. Let's say they had more trouble on the MBE day, or I'm sorry, the multiple choice day, that they could just retake that. I think it would be cost effective. It would be administratively not so problematic, and it would save some study time for these folks who've been through so much already. They passed on part of them. Let's let that go and just get the rest of it. The other item I wanted to talk on is 3.4 about the content validation. I am thrilled that you all are looking at adding extra layers of content validation and having subject matter experts. I had 2 points I wanted to make. One, there were some things that were not included there. And in what at least the materials I saw thus far. And one was there were no multiple choice bar subject matter experts. That's a particular area of expertise that you will not get with a professor who's a subject matter expert in any particular subject. I thought that was something you should add. I also am hopeful that these will be checked better against the original content map so we don't have an expansion of subjects. The second thing I wanted to talk about is the subject matter experts and the limitations on them for conflicts of interest. I want to push back a little bit because they are not going to be drafting questions. Firstly, commercial activity, including publishing books, that's a horrible limitation to have because those are the very experts. That would eliminate Erwin Chemerinsky from being an expert in con law, and working on next gen. Again, those are experts. So those were my points. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Our next public comment is from Katie Moran.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Katie Moran. I'm a member of the State Bar and an associate professor at University of San Francisco School of Law. I want to highlight what examinees like Mr. Zendejas, Mr. Coombs, and Mr. DeFazio Farrell said in their remarks. February examinees, licensed lawyers, and the public have lost faith in the State Bar, in part due to the lack of transparency, fairness, and issues with question development and question review. This committee should do 2 things to regain public trust. First, release the 200 multiple choice questions that were given on the February exam. This will allow experts to review the questions, and if the bar returns to Kaplan's questions in the future, examinees will have a bank of questions to practice with. Second, release the individuals on your content validation panels from their non-disclosure agreements regarding statements to the public about the question validation process. Let them say whether they agree with the descriptions in the bar's petitions to the Supreme Court of the work they did on the panels. And then finally, I want to turn to agenda item 3.3. That's the Blue Ribbon Commission on the Future of Bar Exams recommendation to develop a California-specific exam. There aren't materials, or at least there weren't this morning on that. Given the disastrous results of February, when the bar made smaller changes that it has argued were non-substantive, it would be imprudent to make further changes without a deep reflection on the deficiencies in structure, communication, and knowledge that resulted in the February debacle, and an accurate measure of the amount of work, expertise, and cost this future exam will be to develop. I think this committee should reconsider the NCBE's Next Gen Bar, which started development in 2021. There are many similarities in the subjects and skills tested on the California-specific exam and on the Next Gen Bar. Next Gen has already published content scope outlines and practice questions, and by 2028, 39 jurisdictions will be using Next Gen. So thank you so much for your time, and I agree with everything my academic accomplice Mary Basic said about the partial retake.
Thank you. Devin?
Our next public comment is from Tonya. You've been
Hello?
unmuted.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Hi. I took the February 2025 bar exam and I haven't even checked my results yet because I'm terrified. I was one of the people who had a myriad of problems. I took screenshots, I sent them in, and the fact that there was a blanket um, scoring remedy infuriates me because I feel like I could possibly be left behind. If I did pass, I will still advocate for those who didn't pass because I know firsthand that there were problems with measure learning because I took the experimental exam and it took me about 6 hours to get through the exam because there were so many problems. So I was ready for February 2025, and I expected the same thing, and I was right. So I really hope that there can be some type of fair remedy for those who did not pass, provisional licensing with the ability to practice without having to take this exam again. It has been tremendously hard on people's mental health and physical health. And that's all I'll say. Thank you.
Thank you. Devin?
Our next public comment is from someone with the name T, but I do not see them in attendance. Next public comment is someone with a phone number ending in 6861, who I do not see in attendance. Our next public comment is from Andrea Lynch.
Ms. Lynch, you have the floor.
You've been unmuted.
Is she there, Devin?
She was unmuted, but I think she might be having trouble, so we can come back to her. Our next public comment is from KT, who I do not see in attendance. Our next public comment is from Julio Kreski, who I also do not see in attendance. Next public comment is from Jennifer. Jennifer, you've been unmuted. Our next public comment is from Nadine Mazard, who I do not see in attendance. Next public comment is from Jessica Jacobs.
Last October, I petitioned this committee to accept 3 law office study sessions that were late due to errors by the State Bar in 2022. I was given 3 days to compile 18 months of work, some from 2 years prior and much of it lost in a computer crash. Using notes and emails, I compiled the work, confirmed everything with my supervising attorney, and submitted the sessions. You denied them, though not based on substance. I appealed to the Supreme Court, who remanded my case. I was then given just 2 days to resubmit the sessions. I corrected formatting errors and submitted the sessions again. Curiously, a side-by-side comparison was conducted, and Ms. Clark identified some issues. My supervising attorney and I addressed each thoroughly. We explained a cell formatting glitch, a mistakenly duplicated essay, and the use of a newer outline in place of an older but similar one. None of these edits changed the substance or authenticity of the work. As I said in my Supreme Court petition, this process has felt personal, and even more so after I prevailed with the court. And now, after the original issue has been litigated and resolved, I'm under a new microscope for a new set of minor concerns, ones the bar could have raised 7 months ago. I do not intend to be prematurely defensive because I genuinely believe you'll find no grounds to reject my sessions. But if not, it would raise due process concerns and appear to circumvent the intent of the court's order. If there were doubts about my authenticity, as was alluded to, I believe they've been credibly addressed. Given the State Bar's prior failures in my case and the urgent need to restore trust in its processes, the principles of equity and inclusion recently emphasized are especially relevant. Finally, I've offered a preemptive solution by submitting an additional study session, and can provide another, to replace any exam in question. Sessions 7, 8 are complete and credited, so without acceptance of the remaining sessions, I'm left with no clear path forward and no equitable remedy. The sessions at issue reflect my work from 2023, not where I am now after 5 years of study, but they nonetheless, hello, can you hear me? Sorry. Apologies, please don't let that count. But they nonetheless meet the program requirements. There was ample time to address this between November and April, but my case has been repeatedly sidelined. Time is running out, and I'd like to meaningfully prepare for the exam now less than 2 months away. I respectfully ask that you allow me to sit for the July bar so I continue using my work to serve the unheard. As you know from my advocacy work, my license will be an arrow for justice. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next public comment is from Marlene H.
Hello. Thank you for giving us a time to.
Ms. H, we can barely hear you. Can you speak up a little bit?
Sure, my apologies. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Perfect. All right, I'm a first-time California bar exam taker who previously passed the UBE with a score sufficient to practice in any UBE jurisdiction, but not California, as you all know. I relocated here after the election as a queer woman of color seeking a safer environment where I can continue to do pro bono asylum work. Despite being licensed in another state, I was required to sit for the full day general bar exam because I practiced for under 4 years. I was one of the 436 attorneys who did so. And I chose to take the bar in person in San Francisco, mistakenly believing that it would be a more stable environment. I was wrong. Instead, I encountered severe technical issues. And I did my best to complete the exam under these conditions. Now I understand that those who left answers blank have benefited from statistical imputation, an option unavailable to those of us who pushed through and submitted a partial response. This equity must be addressed. I respectfully urge the CBE to adopt the provisional licensure with pathway to full licensure and registered out-of-state U.S. attorney program. And I request that it be extended to all attorneys in good standing, not just those who are eligible for the one-day attorney exam. Building on Professor Moran's earlier point, I further ask for transparency throughout this process. These decisions impact our livelihoods and that of our families. The least that you can do is provide transparency. Thank you for considering an equitable solution for those of us who remain diligent and resilient in the face of systemic failure. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next public comment is from Claire Sollett.
Good afternoon. Many February applicants are fearful that the CBE will limit its recommendation for non-scoring adjustment remedies due to the extraordinarily high pass rate that is the result of reducing the passing score and opportunities to earn extra points via the experiment. Their concerns are more than fair. Out of the 5,600 who registered for the exam, close to 25% withdrew. 80% of the withdrawals occurred after the state bar announced a refund policy, and but for this policy, they would not have withdrawn. Scoring adjustments will not help these individuals. Additionally, many who failed would have passed but for the tech and proctor issues. Allowing applicants to continue working via a PLL will be beneficial to them, their families, their employers, their clients, and the state bar. Most importantly, CBE promised that multiple different remedies would be offered. At this time, at minimum, the additional remedies should include a PLL option with no less than 3 years duration, with a proposed fee increase that correlates to the actual costs. Additional assistance by the state bar staff should also be made to help attorney applicants pursue already existing limited duration licensure options and apply on motion. After AB 1522 passes, this would be the time to explore additional reciprocity pathways. Absent these remedies, more than 3,000 February applicants will be left without meaningful remedies or the ability to work, and the value of extending the duration of the fee waiver will be moot, as most applicants who withdrew or failed the February exam must take the July exam or face losing the jobs they have or job offers they have. Additionally, today is the day that the pause in student loans has stopped, and these applicants must start paying their law school debt now. Due to timing issues, the best way to do this would be to immediately offer the PLL option now, and as a next step, ask the court to add the pathway component. It is time to take action. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next public comment is from Cynthia M., who I do not see in attendance. Our next public comment is from T.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Thank you. I'm a February 2025 test taker, and I just found out about an hour ago that I passed. But until then, I was facing the very real possibility of losing my job. I'm here to urge you to pass provisional licensing without a pathway today, at a minimum, to protect those whose livelihoods are at risk. It is not the applicant's fault that this exam was riddled with technical errors, administrative failures, and poor vendor oversight. People lost time, sleep, money, and mental stability navigating a broken process, and now they may lose their jobs too. Those with more tech issues simply couldn't pass. This isn't about effort or preparation, it's about fairness. You can't fix the exam retroactively, but you can make this right today by voting for provisional licensing with no added hurdles. Please protect applicants' jobs. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next public comment is back to Andrea Lynch. You've been unmuted. Next public comment is from Jennifer, who I do not see in attendance. That concludes the members of the public who have signed up in advance. Members of the public who have raised their hand in the meeting, we will start with Ray Heaton.
Rahita?
You've been unmuted.
My baby.
Ray, we can hear you. Our next public comment is from Katie Yemeni.
Hi, it's Katie Yamani. I am a February bar applicant, and I found out a little before noon that I had failed. I am one of thousands who had got this bad news today. And I want the committee to understand that why many of us sound frantic speaking with you or out of sorts is that this news, of course, for many of us is a shock. I'm asking the committee to extend or to get out-of-state attorneys reciprocity and provisional license with a pathway to California licensure. I'm a mom of 2 little boys. One is age 2 and one 5. I have a full-time job. I had full faith that this administration would be administered fairly in February. I was not given a fair chance to show my legal knowledge with this test. I was yelled at by my proctor. My time was cut. I was not given cutting or pasting available, and the spell check was not available as well. If minimum competence is what this test is about, I ask, then why are people allowed to sit for this test who do not have JDs? Why are 17-year-olds allowed to be licensed in California when those of us who went to good ABA accredited schools and have their JDs and have passed exams not being able to get this? So that's what I asked from the committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Yamani. Devin?
Our next public comment is from Chris Haynes.
Hi, I took the February exam. Although I was on the pass list today, I echoed the belief that extending the provisional license program is an obvious next step towards making this right. The larger point I would like to make is that if you're as serious as you say you are about making sure this doesn't happen again, you need to be looking at the group of the 5,000 or so examinees that took this test as your strongest resource. Yes, we are the victims of your poor planning, poor communication, and poor judgment throughout the administration of this exam and its aftermath. But we are also uniquely qualified to share our experiences and knowledge about this exam as you begin to determine what the future of the California bar exam looks like. I do not doubt there were people in the room making decisions about this test who advocated for us examinees along the way. But after problem after problem after problem adding up to what is almost certainly the worst bar administration in modern American history, it became clear that our experience was not being represented. It's imperative that you continue to reach out to our group with surveys and by following our stories in the news and on social media. Further, you should impanel groups of the February 25 test takers to advise on any new bar exam development that you may decide to pursue. And last, you should urge the Supreme Court of California to appoint representation from this group of February examinees to sit on this board. I know that you don't want to repeat this disaster. The best way to ensure that is to lean into this group that is extremely knowledgeable about the bar exam process, has firsthand experience of this botched exam, and is highly motivated to make sure nobody ever has to experience this again. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I'd like to note for the record that Chair Alex Chan has joined the meeting.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Our next public comment is from Chris Taller.
Mr. Taller?
My apologies, I was on mute. Chris Thaler. So on behalf of several out-of-state attorneys unable to attend, we wanted to request admission to the California State Bar for all February 25 exam takers who are out-of-state attorneys, whether by reciprocity, admission on motion, or other appropriate mechanism. We also want to request the careful and intentional inclusion of out-of-state attorneys who took the 2-day exam in any remedies that are provided to attorney candidates. And we'd like to ensure that attorney candidates have the option to participate in any other pathways to California licensure that are offered to California February 25 exam takers at their personal discretion. Acceptable solutions to this need to provide a pathway for all February 25 exam takers to practice law without retaking the bar exam. The exam itself is so flawed in its conceptualization, administration, and scoring that while passing scores may provide a reasonable approximation of skill, it is inevitable that otherwise qualified candidates will not achieve a passing score. We've reached the point where justice can only be achieved via equitable remedy. As such, we believe the California Supreme Court has broad authority to impose solutions for February 25 bar exam takers without consideration of statutory limitations that would otherwise apply. The following pathways would provide fair and equitable access to the practice of law for February 25 exam takers who do not pass under the criteria approved by the California Supreme Court in their Friday, May 2nd order. Those include reciprocity or admission on motion for out-of-state attorneys, provisional licensing without a bar exam attached, diploma privilege for February 25 exam takers, or portfolio examination. We are honestly unclear on what benefit the alternative of provisional licensing with a requirement to subsequently pass the bar offers to February exam takers. Multiple exam takers have already reported that they lost their jobs when the bar failed to release scores predictably as promised on May 2nd. There are fewer than 3 months left before the next bar exam. By the time you can stand up any such provision, it'll be too untimely to help most candidates. And this is just the downside to delaying your decisions until the last minute. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thaler.
Our next public comment is from Larry Tran.
Hi, I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
We can.
Hi, good morning. Thank you for letting me speak. I am a February 25 exam taker. I just want to let you know that I don't want to beat the dead horse and restate issues that my peers have brought up. I do fully support and agree with everything everyone before me has said. Thank you, every previous speaker, especially the professors. I do want to state that this bar has taken a lot out of me, and a group of people that aren't mentioned are people who haven't gotten married and haven't gotten kids. You know, we're affected as well. We're putting our lives on the line, on the side, hoping for a good result, and ended up, you know, being involved in this debacle. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next public comment is from Catherine Valle.
Ms. Valle, you have the floor.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
So I am a February 2025 bar exam taker. I just found out a little bit ago that I did not pass, and I feel very discouraged because I feel like I put in the most effort that I possibly could have into this exam. And like my fellow colleagues, I have been met with a myriad of issues the day of the exam, especially the multiple choice. Multiple choice has never been my strong suit, but I honed everything I could into the multiple choice for this particular exam because I was afraid and didn't know what to expect with Kaplan taking over. And to say that I was disappointed the day of and saw questions that I've never seen before, it threw me off. And although we are taught and should say to keep pushing through the issues and through all the struggles. But it's not enough. Sometimes when you're so afraid of one particular thing and then you see something and it's not what you expect because you've been studying for this for however many months, and then you're thrown a curveball, of course it's going to throw off a lot of people. And I'm sure I'm not the only one that has encountered this. And I'm lucky to say that I didn't lose my job because I didn't pass, but I know a plethora of other people that have, and it's unfair to them because of this. And I know you guys don't owe us any pity because you guys want us to retake this bar exam for some reason, but at least allow us provisional licensure with the pathway. Let us work for our license if we have to. I've been working under my attorney for 2 years, and although I might not pass this exam, I know that I'm capable of doing the work because my boss shows me every day that I can. But this is just a step in an obstacle in the way. But I want to be able to show that with hard work, a lot of people can make it. Let people fight for their license by doing the pathway. Just because we don't pass the exam doesn't mean that we're not fit to work under an attorney or to work as an attorney. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next public comment is from D. Allen.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Thank you. Something must be done about those who did not receive their accommodations. The American Disability Act ensures that disabled persons be given accommodations. In addition, the California State Bar told me that I was guaranteed accommodations of time and a half, but I wasn't given that time. I didn't even receive regular time. I am a disabled person, disabled in my right and left, my right hand and arm, and I need more time to type. I am able, and I didn't want anybody to type the test for me because I've been a paralegal for over 20 years. Please understand that I train attorneys. I've worked for a Fortune 500 company for over 15 years, so I am highly qualified, but I was not given the opportunity to show you, California State Bar, what I can do. I am appalled that after almost 10 written complaints to the bar, and over 25 calls to the accommodations department, that I was told there was no status that will be given for people in my situation. I'm requesting a pathway to licensure without any other prerequisites. I was promised time and a half, and I didn't even get regular time. I had to leave my job. I studied with 2 prep courses. I beg of you to make this right. Give us our license, especially looking into those who were granted accommodations, but you did not allow us to have it on this exam. Have some mercy on us. I'm pleading to each one of you. I am.
Thank you, Ms. Allen. Our next speaker, Devin.
Devin, you're muted.
Hello?
Mark Danko is our next speaker.
Hi, few quick things. One, I would like to thank everyone who spent time working on this bar, grading it, trying to make it a success. Next, I would like to address as the bar exam exists, there's a fundamental problem where there isn't publicly available data that actually proves it does good. Please make that data publicly available. Next, content review panels. I'd be happy to be on one. Those questions were really bad. I don't know how to express how bad they were. And last but not least, or maybe even most importantly, I'd like to take a moment to just recognize everyone who took 2 months off of work who spent a few $1,000s on a prep course, and if they had a reasonable, fair exam, would have passed. I'd like to take a moment to think about that for a moment now. And then I'll let you get on with your meeting because I know you got lots of stuff to do, but yeah, have a great day.
Thank you, sir. Devin?
Our next public comment is from Gabriella Posada.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Hi, my name is Gabriela Posada. I am a February 2025 bar test taker. More importantly, I'm here as a test taker with disabilities. I second the comments of all of my peers that have spoken, and I want to also express that it is extremely upsetting to see the bar deny people with disabilities reasonable accommodations live today during this meeting. It is appalling that Ms. Allen was cut off after already expressing that she wasn't provided the extra time that she deserved. I'm here to highlight two major issues. First, the bar has violated the American with Disabilities Act in their denial of accommodations using reasoning that actively violates the law. When I pointed this out in my appeals of the denials of accommodations, the Bar Association acts as if the ABA rules trump federal law. Secondly, the interruptions and proctoring issues was a universal issue for all test takers. However, these issues faced disproportionately affected students with disabilities much worse than standard test takers. The few accommodations I was granted by the ABA were violated multiple times every single day that I took the February 2025 bar exam. Like most other students, I faced a myriad of issues throughout the exam. My time was robbed, and my exam was constantly interrupted by proctors. This is already a problem for a standard test taker, but it is a completely different issue when it is a test taker with disabilities. The score change is minimal and absolutely does not provide proper remedy to students with accommodations. There need to be additional remedies to address the harm caused to students with accommodations. I propose that the board, or I request that the board grant a pathway to licensure without requiring us to retake the exam. Lastly, I need extra time on this. Lastly, I request that the ABA restructure the process for exam accommodations, one that abides basic federal law protecting the rights of people with disabilities. Thank you.
Thank you. Devin?
Our next public comment is from Ojeda.
Hello, thank you very much. And sorry, that's my username for the Zoom. My name is Sergio Gomez. I'm a February 25 applicant. I'm a foreign attorney. I'm from Mexico, and I just have two main concerns. The first one would be related to the AI questions, as there hasn't been anything mentioned by the bar with respect to how would that be handled, if they were going to be published to the public or not, and if they are going to be left answered or unanswered on the grading for the passing grade and for the passing of everyone applying on this round for February. The second one would be generally with respect to the tech issues and all these constant interruptions. Fortunately, I was able to answer all my essays and all the multiple questions, but during the multiple questions section, I experienced several technical issues, and that was a big concern because the computer got stuck, the proctors left, I manifested to them the issues, and then they assigned me one and then another one, and no one could assist me when I was asking for it, and it got stressful and stressful every time. Of course, it is also much more difficult when you are not a native speaker for the English language. For me as a foreign attorney, it got more stressful and complicated for applying. Unfortunately, I checked earlier today and I did not pass the exam either, and for me, it is unfair, as I see that these remedies do not address all these technical issues, concerns for those who effectively answered all the questions. It just
My
applied
apologies,
for
but
all
your
those
time is
who
concluded.
effectively did not answer, but not to the rest.
Thank you, sir. Devin?
Our next public comment is from Sydney Moon.
Good afternoon. My name is Sydney Moon, and I want to echo several key points from others who have spoken today. The State Bar of California knew months ahead of this exam that it was not ready or adequate and subjected us to it anyway. At the FAQ session ahead of this exam, Audrey Ching, Director of Office Admissions, called this a learning experience for all of us. And what we learned was that it was a catastrophic and discriminatory failure. The only viable remedies are a pathway to licensure without retaking the bar, a refund of registration fees for all who took the February 2025 exam, a release of demographic data about pass rates, particularly those reflecting those with disability accommodations and those who are disabled who applied for accommodations but did not receive them. The process for requesting, receiving, and applying accommodations must be changed to comply with the Americans with Disability Act. I want to remind the bar that while it made all these changes to try and save $3.8 million, it charged us all-time high registration fees that it said were associated with rising costs of the bar. There was disability discrimination months ahead of this exam, and an unprecedented and egregious amount of disability discrimination during this exam. The list of permitted and disallowed items, which is critical for applicants to know what their exam experience will be, was not released until after the deadline to apply for accommodations. It, in its finality, also denied those with diabetes-related medication from using that medication during the exam. It had to be revised to allow people to use menstrual products. There were extreme issues with proctors repeatedly interrupting the exam and violating accommodations. And so I just want to emphasize to the State Bar that it must take remedial action to give every single one of us a pathway to licensure. Thank you.
Thank you. Devin?
Our next public comment is from Mike. Mike, you've been unmuted.
Hello?
We can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much for taking me in. I just want to say that what a disaster this has been. I'm not going to echo everything that's already been said. Each one of you has got to have some compassion. Why are you sitting through this call, listening to this? If it's not the Board of Trustees, it's the members listening to the plea of the people, of the public. Isn't that what you stand for? Are you going to represent that seal? Or are you going to hide behind it, gaslighting people left and right like you guys have been with the communications that you guys have sent out? Let's not look at historical actions that have taken place in the past for these actions. You need to move forward. There needs to be radical change. It can't be that just one person, Leah Wilson, is the only one that's stepping down. Who's responsible for the oversight of when you guys decided to give this to a vendor? Because that's what they are. They're a vendor. Who's responsible for the project management and oversight of what was just administered? Anybody that knows or understands when you decide to do something different, there's got to be oversight and audit, and all that has failed from the beginning to end. And anybody that knows about it should be ashamed of themselves, and they should be stepping down, because you ain't representing the public, the people. It's embarrassing what you guys have allowed to happen. Look at the pleas of the people on this call, people losing their jobs, people losing their mental health. You guys it's time to do something different. Whoever replaces Leah Wilson, make sure that they represent the people and that everybody that's there has a voice to step up and do something different. Take action. Don't do what's already been done or look at it and say, we need to do the same because we did it before. No, it's about change. You have an opportunity now to do so. Make the right decision, please.
Thank you. Thank you. Devin?
Our next public comment is from Edmund Gudry.
Hey, yeah, thank you. Edmond Guidry. I wish I could say I'm honored to have passed this disgraceful bar exam, but it's no honor. I'm absolutely heartbroken for those who fell short, especially those who've experienced serious financial and personal hardship as a result. And I want to tell you, as an attorney for over 5 years, the content of this exam bore no reasonable relationship to the ability to practice law. None. I don't care how many purported math experts this committee dangles out to the public as a subject matter expert on who should pass the bar exam. It doesn't matter. What does show the ability to practice law is the integrity and determination with which those examinees who made a good faith effort to complete this exam have demonstrated. I've been before difficult judges. I've faced off against difficult and unprofessional counselors at the opposing table, but nothing in my career has been as difficult as the experience of taking this exam. This exam is meant to ensure the public is protected and can have faith in those who are officers of the court. And somehow it managed to do the exact opposite in the most spectacular way possible. And it was all preventable. All that was required for the Bar Association to do was to listen to either what the deans warned about in 2024, what the students were saying after the practice exam, or even if all of that was ignored, what we examinees were shouting to the Board of Trustees in the days shortly before the exam. Do the right thing, provide a pathway to full licensure without the requirement of taking this exam again, like the sword of Damocles hanging over all these poor individuals' heads, and also give everyone their money back. Everyone who made a good faith attempt on this exam should be refunded the full price that they paid to take it. These are very simple fixes, 2 simple fixes, and you can actually start to bring this injustice to a close. Thank you for hearing me out.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Devin.
Our next public comment is from Victoria.
Victoria, you have the floor.
I'm sorry, I'm still reeling from this whole experience. I just want to take this opportunity to say that, we all go into this with optimism and we put our time in, some of us months, and study thousands of questions. And all I wanted was a fair opportunity to take the exam. It's not about passing or failing. I just wanted to take my exam and be able to assess myself, to assess my performance based on a fair exam. I was riddled by many technical difficulties, and I did not perform the day of the exam in the manner that I practiced. I was not able to outline because I couldn't copy and paste. I couldn't look at my question and then glean facts from the question. I couldn't do my PT properly because I couldn't copy and paste the rule of law in order to analyze the facts or apply to the facts. So there were so many issues on that exam. And to think that I'm being assessed on that and not, able to pass, I just feel like I went to a casino and gambled and I lost. I don't feel like I took an exam that was fairly administered. And that is just uncalled for. It's unheard of. It's wrong in every shape, form. And I just feel, I don't even know how to express my emotion right now, but I feel like I passed. I definitely demonstrated minimum competency, but beyond that, I know people that I studied with who passed the exam, who I was outperforming. So I don't know what is going on. There was no transparency. I don't know who's grading this. I don't know how it's being graded, but I want to know how I did not pass this exam. I'm very pissed off right now. This was not an exam. This was a joke. Let people pass or fail with dignity and in fairness. This is just a scam.
Thank you. Devin, our next speaker.
Our next public comment is from Ben.
Ben, you have the floor.
Hey, thank you. Good evening. Good evening. My name is Ben Isaiah. Unlike many others, I am understanding the predicament in which that you all are in. As a February 2025 taker, I want to propose a solution similar to what you all have, but maybe not thinking outside of the box. You all are facing a deficit financially, which led you to these changes. Although these changes may not have been the best, I believe that you all believed you were making the best decision possible with the resources you had. My suggestion with the pathway to licensure or the provisional license, utilize that as an opportunity to make up the grounds in which the money you've lost. I've been thinking what to say when I got on here. Many individuals are expressing their anger, and trust me, I am angry. However, I do want to have each one of you, who none of you all represent my demographic, which is very hurtful to see, but I understand the world in which I live in, would be that imagine if this was your child. Imagine if these test takers were your son, your daughter, your niece, your nephew. Each one of us inherently want to help the other, especially those who are closest to us in our family. So to sum this up, I am begging you to take the opportunity to look at a different way of thinking, something that is a bit more modern. Allowing those that are most disproportionate racially in this state to have representation from individuals who look like themselves. And more importantly, understanding that you are facing a financial deficit, I am certain that if you allow a pathway to licensure without making individuals retake the exam, and you charge a crazy amount, you will get the money. And not only would you get the money, it would put you back in the position that you were in prior to having to make this decision. I do hope that you guys enjoy the rest of your meeting, and I do hope that you guys allow each other to think and listen. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. Our next speaker, Devin.
Our next public comment is from Jake.
Jake, go ahead. Are you muted?
You've been unmuted.
Oh, can you hear me? I'm sorry.
We can.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Jake Wiegand, and I feel very fortunate to say that I passed the February 25 exam. It was my 4th try. That said, this exam was a complete embarrassment. Anyone who had even the slightest hand in its design or administration should resign immediately. The February 2025 California bar exam was a systemic failure, a reckless experiment carried out on the backs of thousands of test takers. The fact that the psychometrician developed AI-generated multiple choice questions and then went on to evaluate the reliability of those very same questions is indefensible. That is not independent validation. It's blatant conflict of interest and a gross breach of professional responsibility. No licensure exam should ever be built or assessed this way. The only appropriate response now is decisive action to repair this damage. The bar must grant provisional licenses to all affected candidates without requiring another sitting for the exam. Additionally, and I think this is very important, anyone who received a second read on this or any recent administration should be automatically passed. These measures are the bare minimum needed to begin restoring integrity and trust in California's attorney licensing process. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Devin, our next speaker.
Our next public comment is from Celine.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Very cool. Good afternoon. My name is Celine, and I'm a recent California bar exam passer. Speaking today to urge you to support a fair response of a provisional licensure without a retake requirement to remedy what has become widely known as the bar exam disaster. The recent administration of the California bar exam was marred by technical failures, procedural confusion, and widespread stress for thousands of test takers. Many of us faced repeated system crashes, submission errors, time discrepancies, and incorrect statements of the law on a study guide. We were forced to juggle the stress of one of the most high-stake exams of our lives with preventable chaos, issues that would not be tolerated in any professional licensing process. Pass or fail, this was not a valid or equitable test of our knowledge, skills, or fitness to practice law. That's why I'm asking you to vote in favor of a provisional licensure without a retake requirement. Other jurisdictions have implemented alternatives, and the American Bar Association has endorsed reforms like offering this program. Data from these jurisdictions too demonstrates that non-exam based licensing produces competent and practice-ready attorneys. Provisional licensure would allow qualified, vetted applicants to work under supervision, serve our communities, and begin careers that have already been delayed for far too long. It's a responsible solution to a systematic failure, and it's the only moral path forward. Thank you for your time and for standing with the future of the legal profession in California. I urge you to grant a provisional licensure remedy without a retake requirement. Thanks.
Thank you.
Our next public comment is from Farah.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay. Good afternoon. I'm here to speak on behalf of the second read recipients from the recent July 2024 and February 2025 bar exams. I also submitted a written public comment with over 150 signatures in support of this request. We respectfully ask the committee to grant licensure or at least create a provisional licensure pathway for those examinees. While I was fortunate to pass, many of my peers were not, and that outcome does not reflect their true capabilities. The February 2025 exam was plagued with serious technical failures that directly impacted performance. Despite these barriers, these candidates still scored within range to receive a second read, demonstrating how close they were to passing under incredibly unfair conditions. It's troubling that those who submitted no answers at all are receiving imputed scores, while those who fought through the exam's failures to submit even partial responses are left without remedy. That inconsistency undermines the integrity and fairness of this process. These second read recipients have passed the MPRE, cleared moral character, and shown near passing competence. They are ready to serve the public and the legal profession. All they're asking for is the chance to move forward. I also want to express my support that the bar should consider a pathway provisional license for all unsuccessful applicants, and my heart really hurts for the applicants that were not given a fair chance to complete this exam and not given their proper accommodations. What happened was truly not their fault. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Devin?
Our next public comment is from Ryan Burnham.
Hi, how are you? I'm a February 25 test taker. Was unsuccessful apparently after putting in the information. And all I would like to know now is, although we've been through 5 or 6 of these committee hearings where comments from the public are offered to you guys, what is the time frame? I mean, is this going to be when are we going to know what remedial measures are actually put forward? When do you guys plan on releasing that information for all of us that are sitting here? And hi, Cody, nice to see you. Thank you.
Thank you. And these are issues that we'll be taking up today. Our next speaker.
Our next public comment is from Sarah L.
Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
We can.
Thank you. So this was my second attempt at this exam. While I'm fortunate to have passed February 2025, to quote another fellow retake passer, it just felt like I narrowly dodged a speeding car. To that end, I'm here today to advocate a necessary remedy, a retroactive bar passage for candidates who were within passing in a recent administration prior to February 2025 by 80 points or fewer. This remedy recognizes that the February 2025 bar exam did not simply challenge candidates. It failed as an exam. It failed to uphold standards, to ensure equity, and to provide a functioning testing environment. This was a logistical and ethical breakdown. For repeat takers who previously failed by a narrow margin, this administration was not a second chance. It was a final blow. Now, this group of retake candidates are not unqualified. Everyone completed rigorous legal education, passed the MPRE, and came within 80 points of passing in a prior administration. Now, you have heard ad nauseum about the problems that have plagued this exam. The performance test was rendered nearly untestable for thousands. The scoring policy created arbitrary outcomes, and examinees with ADA accommodations was especially impacted. Now, at its core, this was not a fair test. It was not a secure test, and it was not accessible. Many candidates have jobs waiting. Some face immigration consequences. We prepared, we showed up, and yet were failed not by the content, but by the conditions. When the system collapses this completely, relief is not a favor. It is the bare minimum of justice. I thus urge you, please retroactively pass candidates who came within 80 points of passing a prior bar exam. Anything less would prolong the damage for them, and this community cannot afford to be failed again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next public comment is from Naseem.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to address my own personal issues that I had with the bar. I did write a letter to a variety of email addresses that were listed that we should be contacting, but I just kind of wanted to address it in this forum. My strongest portion of the exam is the PT, and on the PT, I was docked 15 minutes, and that was not reinstated, all because my proctor could not tell me where the file was. So I could not see it on my screen, I could not access it, and they had no idea what I was talking about. So for 15 minutes, we're going back and forth. Eventually, they pause my timer. I call the number that we were told to call, and they tell me that I'm still connected to my proctor and the proctor will assist. The proctor was not able to assist. Next thing I know, I turn around, I log back on, or I'm looking back at my screen, and the proctor had already started the timer. So now I'm sitting here with even less time for a portion of my exam that boosts my score. And the next day I find out that people with testing accommodations received 20 extra minutes for the performance test that I was docked time on. How is this considered a fair administration? We've already said it's not, but the fact that you guys think that the point adjustment is an adequate remediation at this point in time is ludicrous. Absolutely ludicrous. People's lives, people's time, people's emotions, mental capacities are on the breaking point with what you guys have done and your failures. I very much hope that you push forward with a provisional licensing plan, and that it's one that does not require us to sit for another torturous 3 to 6 months to find out if we can be basically sitting somewhere where maybe one of you are right now. Because we deserve it, we've earned it, we put in the work. And at this point, this is just gross negligence and so torturous. I hope you all have a good day, and I hope you think very hard about the remedial actions you intend to take. And I hope. Thank you.
Thank you. Devin, our next speaker.
Our next public comment is from Cammie Dixon.
Ms. Dixon.
Hi, thank you. I, along with every other February applicant, has just spent half of a year stressed beyond measure. We expressed our concerns prior to the exam, during the exam, and after. We have waited patiently for that entire time with our lives on hold, awaiting results that were delayed, with communication coming out after the time when our results were supposed to be released, and waiting to be offered an adequate remedy for what was done to us. Given that the Supreme Court ordered the exam back to the NCBE for July, it's clear that this test was a complete failure. No one should suffer another minute of stress due to this exam. There needs to be an immediate and significant remedies to address the harm that was done to us, and not one examinee should be punished for the failure of the state bar on this exam. Provisional licensure with a pathway to licensure for California residents and reciprocity for out-of-state attorneys would be a start, a simple start to remedy the harm that was done to us with this exam. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next public comment is from A's iPhone 777.
Hi. So I didn't see my name on the pass list today, and I don't understand why. My proctor, I was sitting there at 1 a.m. and my PT wasn't working, and my proctor, he promised me, he assured me that I can take it the next day, but I shouldn't have trusted him, because now I have failed the bar exam. I'm sorry, I just don't know what to say. I'm just in shock. Like, I was so close. I had a second read last time, and I honestly thought I was gonna pass. And I don't deserve this. I really don't. So please, if you can just consider remedy number 7 for people who had a second read on the July 2024 exam or any previous exam within a certain range of years, and this exam too. If anyone got a second read on this exam, please, please, I beg you, please, can you pass us? Like, it was not fair. I trusted the proctor. I was betrayed. I was lied to. I was scammed. So please.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Our next public comment is from iPhone 264.
Hello, my name is Hamida, and it was my first time that I sat for this exam. I have 2 kids. It's 2 years that I'm studying for this exam, and so it's every day 12 hours. This round, I was so sure that I'm gonna pass this time. I was disconnected when I was writing my essay 2 times, one time for 1 hour and another time for 30 minutes. And I changed 19 proctor during that time. I had to shout at the proctor, please do not interrupt me that much. I'm under so much anxiety and stress. I have to pass this exam. This is unfair. Just think about us. We studied so hard, and 2 of my friends didn't finish 2 of their essays, and one of them didn't finish their PT. They passed this exam, but I performed very well. At the end, I'm seeing I'm not in a pass list. This is not what I'm expecting. I was attorney for many years in other countries, and so I know how to write. I know how I should learn the law. But this is not what we're expecting to see on exam. Everything was unfair on this exam. This round, I was sure that I'm gonna pass. I had 2 tutors, and both of them told me, you are much higher than they are expecting you to perform. I didn't get any less than 75 on my during preparation for exam from any essay I wrote. But what happened in many interruption in this essay didn't let me to perform what I am. Thank you so much for listening to me, and please give us a fair remedy for this.
Thank you.
Our next public comment is from Julian Pena.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Good afternoon to the members of the State Bar Committee. My name is Julian Pina, a February 2025 test taker. I speak today to urge this committee to grant the portfolio bar exam, supervised practice pathway, diploma privilege, or the partial retake that Ms. Basic was suggesting for the individuals who were unjustly hindered by the failures of the administration of the February bar exam. These candidates, myself included, faced extraordinary obstacles that fundamentally impaired our ability to fairly demonstrate our competency. The challenges began well before the exam itself. I was present for my scheduled mock exam on January 21st, only to encounter technical difficulties that prevented me from proceeding. Despite my diligent efforts reaching out to ProctorU, Measure Learning, and the State Bar for assistance, I was inexplicably administratively withdrawn from the exam. More than 2 weeks, I was left in limbo, repeatedly calling and emailing to plead my case, uncertain whether I would even be allowed to sit for this test. I have documented evidence showing that I was on hold with the State Bar for the entirety of their operating hours, from 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. My approval to take the exam in person did not arrive until February 6th, leaving me with less than 20 days to prepare. When the exam days finally arrived, my experience continued to be riddled with technological failures. Even today, when I went to check the pass list, I cannot confirm if I failed because I have at least 2 different applicant and file numbers. As a result of the back and forth I had to have with Miss Audrey Ching to be admitted, then reinstated, and then moving to testing centers. Now, when I think about how to tackle this exam again, I don't even know where to begin. Did I fail because of the way I studied, or because of the bar system did not accurately capture my performance? Or did I actually pass and the bar made another mistake in inputting the results? I appreciate the committee's time, and I ask you to please provide a diploma privilege or partial retake. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next public comment is from Esther L.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, great. Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Esther Levitt, and I'm a February 2025 bar taker. I first want to echo what all the other prior speakers have stated. I think they've all brought very good points that are personal to them, but also apply to many of us who have taken this exam and endured a lot of suffering from all of this. In November 2024, applicants were provided the opportunity to take an exam and have a score that would carry over and supplement to the score of the February 2025 exam. I think this shows us that the state bar is willing to supplement scores pre the fact, and they should be able to do so post the fact as well. However, the score remedy providing credit for blank answers seems to be a punishment to those who in good faith answered the exam questions to the fullest extent and did not pass. Keep in mind that blank answer credits were given for multiple choice questions or other questions that were not properly prepared and do not adequately measure competency of these applicants. During the pandemic, bar exam takers were provided a provisional license, and they have shown that that program has been successful. They were received these licenses provisionally because of all of the technical issues that they faced during the pandemic. It seems only fair at this point that we provide a provisional licensure path for students who have taken this last bar exam, considering all of the technical difficulties that we have faced. I further ask the committee to consider permitting retake candidates within 80 points of passing from a prior administration to be retroactively passed. Those retake candidates are in the vicinity of competence and deserve to start their careers as attorneys, myself included. I hope that the bar committee deeply considers what we've all said today, because it's really important for us to have some remedy after the fact and after receiving these scores. Thank you for taking the time to listen to all of us, and I hope that we can come to a conclusion soon.
Thank you. Devin, our next speaker.
Our next public comment is from Sam.
Sam, you have the floor.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, I'm a member of the public and have a relationship to a barred California attorney. I'm also professionally certified in various professional capacities, having passed licensing test batteries lasting a full 5-day work week. I'm here to advocate for the bar exam test takers and to give you the outside perspective you all need to hear and likely never hear. The bar exam is an arbitrary exercise that exists to throttle the labor pool and manage salaries for barred attorneys. It serves as a stump the chump evolution, keeping examinees guessing which topics and subtopics will be tested in which order or at all, rather than being honest with what applicants must study and what they are being honestly tested on. They are tested on subjects they may have never studied in law school and may never practice in their professional capacities following the exam. I know what it looks like to make sure a subordinate or a new member to my organization is minimally competent, because I must do so in my line of work on weapon systems and heavy equipment. You all think so highly of yourselves. This quote-unquote minimum competent test is not that. If you actually want to test minimal competence, applicants must be told exactly what essays they'll be tested on no fewer than 2 months ahead of each exam. They should be given the opportunity to retest specific subject areas they may have fallen short on. They must be given the opportunity to personally protest scoring decisions on essays. They should be given they should be able to protest multiple choice questions that are ambiguous. Each applicant should be graded on their own merit, not against each other. This psychometrician nonsense should be retired yesterday. Tests should be given no less than once a quarter, and scores should be made available no less than 4 weeks after the exam completes. Every exam taker this iteration should be labeled that you have labeled as unsuccessful should be granted a provisional licensure without having to sit through this nonsense again. You are all well aware you determine the financial and personal futures of bar examiners, and your actions before and after this exam disgust me. I have taken an oath to this country and to the rule of law, and your organization, the California Bar, degrades the state and the concept of the rule of law itself. I hope everyone sees you in court, and I hope you all have a terrible day.
Thank you. Folks, we have more speakers with, or requesters with hands raised than we have time left. So at this time, I'm going to use our discretion to limit comment to 1 minute. So Devin, can you please call the next speaker?
Our next public comment is from Paul Rue Turnquest.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Yes.
I'm a February 2025 attorney examinee, an accommodated disabled test taker due to a painful injury, a woman of color, a mother to a young child whose ability to thrive in life depends on my ability to practice my profession. And years ago, I passed the New York bar exam on my first try. However, today I see on online forum posts that people who didn't type anything at all for several essays passed this exam while I did not pass the attorney examination. This doesn't make sense. I gave it my best effort and believe I passed despite the technological difficulties that impeded my ability to perform to my full capabilities. Attorney examinees who are already licensed in other states should be admitted on motion because California licensed attorneys only need to have been admitted to the California bar for 3 years to be admitted on motion in DC, which then grants them reciprocity with any other state. And we should be given the same benefit in California as a remedy, admission on motion to attorney examinees.
Thank you. Our next speaker?
Vice Chair, I just want to step in. We will be going for 2 hours or up to 100 comments. We can't limit to 1 minute. We need to remain at 2 minutes. So if the last speaker wanted an additional minute, we should offer that to her now and then continue in order, please.
That's fine, but Gene, I'm not quite sure what you're saying there.
I'm saying we can't go down to 1 minute. We're at 2. We've already limited it to 2. When we've gone to 1 in the past, that was under different circumstances. It was by volunteer. You have folks signed up, so they should get 2 minutes. We have approximately 30 minutes left.
Thank you. The last speaker, are you still with us? And did you desire an extra minute?
Yes, please. Yes, please. I felt like I wasn't able to.
Go ahead, and I apologize.
That's okay. But yes, so due to the technological failures caused by the bar's choosing an ill-functioning exam platform, this February exam was nothing more than a lottery of luck and not a test of competence. So I finished my essays and performance tests, but with technological difficulties that impeded my ability to perform my best. So I thought I likely passed, and I don't understand how people who didn't write anything on essays and the performance test at all passed in their results today, and I did not. Regardless, to qualify, I want to go back to qualify for admission on motion in the District of Columbia, a California licensed attorney only needs to have been admitted in California for 3 years, and then they can waive into any state that has reciprocity with DC. So as a remedy, it's only fair that we attorney examinees get the same benefit of admission on motion in California. And then also I'd like you to consider a second, passing people who got a second read as a buffer to get people across the finish line fairly.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Our next speaker?
Our next public comment is from David's iPhone.
Hello. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay. Thanks for hearing me out. I'm here today because the upcoming California bar exam in July is not just another test. It's a potential flashpoint. The February 2025 exam was not a minor misstep. It was a profound institutional failure, and the emotional damage it caused has been deep and widespread. Across Reddit, Facebook, and other private forums, bar applicants have openly expressed despair, depression, suicidal ideation, and in some cases, violent thoughts. And still, from my perspective and many out here, the bar has refused to meaningfully accept responsibility or offer a meaningful remedy. Instead, it's allowed leadership to obscure the truth and to delay accountability. Adding to the erosion of trust are continued revelations. The bombs keep dropping, including the bombshell that ChatGPT was used to generate questions on a professional licensure exam. How much did the California bar pay for that? This isn't a conspiracy theory. It's a confirmed systemic failure combined with digital glitches, scoring secrecy, and a perceived bias in grading. These issues have undermined the legitimacy of the exam and the legal system itself. In light of this, it's reasonably foreseeable that some individuals, already pushed to their emotional limits, may feel animus toward the exam process and seek to express their frustration through acts of violence. The signs are there. The bar cannot claim ignorance to this at this point. We are urging the immediate implementation of metal detectors, trained security personnel, and on-site mental health professionals at all exam locations. This is not fear-mongering. This is a basic risk mitigation in the wake of a very public and very traumatic institutional collapse. The bar is no longer seen as a fair test. To many, it symbolizes everything broken in our profession. If the justice system is to remain the last vestige of fairness in America, it must start by protecting those who are fighting to enter it. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Our next public comment is from V. Barnwell.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Thank you. So I'm going to talk about the 55% passing rate that we just heard saw for today, because I don't want anyone to think that remedies were enough or that injury didn't happen. Injury did happen. The problem is that the remedies offered were very generalized and didn't consider a lot of elements, including cultural components. Many of us come from cultures that were taught to stick to things. We are the ones who stuck and sat down on the exam, even though we knew it was gonna be the mess it ended up being. We're the ones who stuck and submitted and finished essays, even though there were so many technical issues that you're aware of by now. We're the ones who are English learners who had to read through mistakes and typos and figure out what was going on. Also, regardless of that cultural component, all of us have been inflicted a lot of emotional distress. I'm the parent of an autistic child. Not even on my son's worst days have I experienced the levels of stress I have experienced before, during, and after the bar exam. Sleepless nights, I feel physically and mentally ill, as many of the takers are. So I'm requesting professional license for every test taker, not just as a taker, but also as someone who has 15 years, a 15-year career in education and who has done research on the impact that stress has on performance. I think it's important not to subject us to more stress than you have already done, because going through July again as a guessing game, almost a Russian roulette, wouldn't be fair to anyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Devin, our next speaker.
Our next public comment is from Ilana Arada.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
My name is Ileana Aranda. I was a February 2025 test taker. I speak today out of deep frustration, confusion, and concern. As of now, I still don't know if I passed or failed. I cannot access the pass list and will have to wait until tomorrow for any clarity. Even worse, if I did fail, I have no idea how I performed. No scores, no feedback, nothing. The lack of transparency in this process is unacceptable. And frankly, I was one of the applicants. I lost time due to the system's failure and had to scramble to complete the exam once access was restored. Now I can't help but wonder if I would have been better off not completing those sections at all. Had I missed them entirely, the imputed scoring system might have worked more in my favor. That is deeply absurd and demoralizing realization for anyone to have after preparing for months and attempting to complete the exam in good faith under flawed conditions. The State Bar demands that we demonstrate minimum competence, yet it failed to even meet that standard when administrating this exam. You couldn't even properly write the MBE questions. Instead, you offloaded that responsibility to AI, then rushed through the process with no transparency or quality control. Where is the accountability in that? This entire situation feels performative. The silence and lack of meaningful remedy is just unacceptable. As a current provisional licensee with only one attempt left before it expires, extending that deadline is not enough. This is a moment to implement a real alternative pathway to licensure for those of us who have already shown our commitment, ability, and competence in actual practice. I am putting in the work every single day. I am proving my skills in the courtroom on behalf of my clients and through service. Failing a standardized test does not erase my qualifications or any of our worth or our readiness to serve this profession. Please give us that option. Don't ask us to pour more time, money, and energy into
I
a.
apologize, but your time is concluded.
Thank you.
Our next public comment is from Nina Garcia.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm an attorney licensed in Nevada since 2022, and I was a candidate for the February 2025 bar exam, also having sat for the November 2024 experimental administration. And I respectfully urge the board today to consider recommending reciprocity for out-of-state attorneys, including those that are not qualified for the attorney's bar exam, as myself, if they were subjected to this past February 2025 bar exam. Alternatively, if reciprocity is not deemed appropriate, I strongly ask that the board consider an equitable remedy for those of us who, due to limited options like myself being unable to, go backwards and not ask my boss for time off, had to proceed to the exam and did so under the belief it would be administered fairly. I looked back on my correspondence just to ensure I didn't make things up in my head, but the correspondence that was sent from the bar on February 13th regarding the withdrawal option did not tell us to take at our own risk or that there were potential technical issues out of the state bar's control. Instead, it just apologized for the poor communication issues in the rollout and the scheduling changes. Like many of my colleagues, I took time off from work to prepare for and sit for the exam. So I understand that those who withdrew received both a refund and a waiver to take in the future. Whereas in contrast, those of us who completed the exam must now retake it in person, requiring travel. Again, I'm emphasizing the out-of-state attorneys, further time off, and then the recent decision to include MBE. I would presume many will buy additional study resources to now go back to taking the NBE. So I ask that this added burden be weighted fairly and with empathy as the board determines how to best support us as impacted candidates. So I am asking that those of us that were not successful are able to receive our money back so that we are equitable just as those who chose to withdraw. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Our next public comment is from Oluwatomi.
Hello. Can you hear me?
We can.
Yeah, so I took the February 2025 examination. I don't know if I have failed or I was successful. According to the formula or the steps that was given unto us, I have failed, I guess. I put in my file number, application number, but there's no reason for me to have any type of trust in that type of in that type of release of results, given that it's always been released in a different way, and I've lost all faith and all confidence that there couldn't have been a mistake at this point, and that is because I believe I have passed. I was one of the individuals who was able to finish most of the exam. I finished all the multiple choice. I finished the essay portions, with the exception of the PT, but I wrote something down during the PT, pretty much just trying to get rule statements down. I didn't have a whiteboard with me because according to the instructions that were given to us, we would have had our notes and the annotations available to us. That was not available to me throughout the entirety of the exam, for which I had lost much time on the previous essays trying to figure that out with the proctors who were there. Nonetheless, I completed every single stage of the essay examination and the multiple choice with those things in mind. So like a lot of people have echoed today, it seems as if those who were unable to fill anything out benefited from that by the imputation of scores, and that is evidenced by the individuals who are currently on board saying that they had places and questions that they missed entirely, and they passed. So I don't see how those individuals would have passed, and I did not, granted that I was able to get things down. Now, the one thing that I have an issue understanding is this board, or whatever you guys call yourself, saying that you guys are saying that this is about being able to measure data, being able
I
to understand
apologize,
data.
but your time is concluded.
Okay, but there's just one thing I need to say. We have data on so many different people who have taken this examination prior to. Those individuals who are within
Thank you
100
for
to
your
80
public
points of this
comment.
examination should have their license and no provisional.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Devin, please call the next speaker.
Our next public comment is from Jasmine Walter Ding Williams.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
So, as you said, my name is Jasmine Walter Ding Williams. I'm a February 2025 bar applicant, and unfortunately, it appears I am on the fail list of the test takers. And honestly, I'm still in shock, and I imagine that'll be the case until there is an adequate remedy. This was my first time taking the exam, and in short, I, as long as all other applicants, were done a disservice. I feel as though we have been gaslighted for the past 2 months. I immediately recognized that the multiple choice questions were flawed when I was taking the test, but I honestly expected a more adequate remedy from the committee. I was penalized for answering all the questions and submitting all my essays under all of the circumstances that you guys have been hearing from, while it appears that those who did not input an answer were able to have a better outcome. As I'm sure you are all aware, although the statistics may try to prove otherwise, those multiple choice questions were missing critical information and or blatant misstatements of law, and they were just ultimately really bad. The score adjustments were inadequate and an illusory remedy for the crisis that was the February bar exam. Trying to maintain a precedent pass rate in such unprecedented circumstances further illustrates the magnitude of disservice that the February applicants received. I want to urge the committee to consider a provisional licensure program for California residents that does not require retaking the exam. I feel like at this time, that is the only adequate remedy for those of us that did give it a good faith effort and were able to answer all the questions and to submit all the essays despite all the adversity that we did face. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next public comment is from Kathleen Moskowitz.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Hi. I, unlike most people on this, did not take the February bar. I'm an out-of-state licensed attorney and a registered legal aid attorney in California. I was thinking about taking the exam this coming July, but after hearing from everyone on this call, I think I've determined that I will not pay $2,000 to take that exam that has been riddled with ethical violations. Using AI, ADA violations, questions popping up on the black market, it just has my jaw on the floor as a legal professional. And the legal profession needs help. We're hemorrhaging. There's not enough of us, and the profession's being attacked. The California bar chose to separate from the rest of the country because somehow the California law is special and needs to be tested for admission. But all that's happening is perpetuating a racist and pointless barrier, and you guys aren't even doing that well. Thank you.
Our next public comment is from Pierre H.
Yes, hi, hello. My name is Pierre Harfouche, and despite my success, I feel it's really important today to raise an important point about the math presented during the April 18th CBE meeting and incorporated within the petition to the Supreme Court such that it may be corrected and that this mathematical error does not get repeated in the future. I would ask that the committee hire an independent statistician to independently review the math employed in recommending a raw passing score. Once that is reviewed, then a new raw passing score that is actually two SEMs should be recommended and sent to the Supreme Court for reapproval. I will be forwarding a longer version of this comment to the committee for the record. Specifically, this committee will recall that it set the passing score at 534, which was supposed to be 2 standard errors of measurement from the recommended psychrometrician score. According to the petition, this was made because the committee felt that it was important to ensure that all candidates were afforded 2 standard errors of measurements of error adjustment from the recommended raw passing score that would have represented their performance 95% of the time. The committee members will remember this 95% was important when they were discussing scores. The psychrometrician recommended score in turn was set at 560, or 440 in the essays and 120 in the multiple choices, and was apparently made to quote footnote 23 of the petition to replicate the pass rates of the 2023 and 2024 bar exams. While I don't challenge the discretion this committee has, I did want to raise that the psychrometrician raw passing score of 560 is not actually a score that would have replicated the pass rates of 2024 and 2023. The problem is that the psychrometrician recommended score represented the individual components of the exam and not the full pass rate. Take, for example, if the pass rate was 35% for each section, as represented by the psychrometrician. When the sections are averaged, as they should, the pass rate for the entire exam is actually 30%, not 35%, as misleadingly represented. In other words, the committee's remediation measure, while generous, did not actually achieve what the committee claims it wanted. Thank you, and please review this mathematical error. It is crucial.
Thank you, sir.
Our
Devin?
next public comment is from Pilar's iPad.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
All of us already heard the multiple challenge that we experienced in the last bar exam. I just wanna make sure that you guys know that it's not a way to score us in a fair way, because all of us experience difficulties in a different way, in a different time. And as all of others partakers and applicants say that multiple people that didn't perform this, that didn't do anything, like 2 essays blank, no multiple questions responses, and they still pass. And all of us that complete the exam as in a rush, as we couldn't, just to try to hit more points, we are punished for them. Also, I just want to raise that it's important to know that even I'm hearing other applicants to suggest pass PL license for pass takers with the score that didn't pass for 8 with 80 score or less. The people that study for this specific test, even though if they perform 1, 2, 3 times before, they couldn't pass this time, but they didn't just because you guys decide to change everything last minute and affect all of us. It's just unfair with the people that they already study for this test. They already put money and time, and we are just punishing for that. Thank you.
Thank you. And just so everybody knows, we have about 10 minutes left at this point. Devin?
Our next public comment is from Stephanie Quero.
Hi, good afternoon. Provisional licensure should not be contingent on passing the California bar exam. Many law clerks are already doing the substantive work, drafting pleadings, communicating with clients, not just reviewing discovery, all under the close supervision of licensed attorneys. The only limitation is courtroom appearance. And small firms alike, the workload is demanding. These law clerks gain real experience, but compensation and even the opportunity for continued provisional licensure and the pay, even if granted provisional licensure, is entirely dependent on the discretion of the firm. Imagine this: provisional licensure, same pay, more responsibility, and now even less time to study for the exam. For those with financial constraints, provisional licensure is a critical lifeline, but it must be a fair one. For many, even finding supervision may be difficult. Therefore, the provisional licensure should not be weighed down by more systemic contingencies and take into account the experiences of first-generation low-income experiences. Again, I stress, consider this without any contingencies tied to student scores. Let's also address a deeper problem, the grading process itself. Second reads are treated as a courtesy, but they should be the bare minimum. The fact that essay scores can vary by 10 to 15 points depending on the grader shows truly how subjective this process is. Lives and careers are being decided by inconsistent scoring, not consistent standards. Because let's be honest, this system still favors those with access, privilege, and networks. We can't continue to pretend the bar exam is the only or best measure of competence. Be radical and brave in your thinking and be the change to show commitment towards true equity and attorney profession. Thank you.
Thank you. Devin?
Our next public comment is from Mustafa Mohammed. You've been unmuted.
Can you hear me now?
We can.
Hi, my name is Mustafa Mohammed. I took the February bar exam course and I feel very disappointed because I felt like you guys treat us like a rat for trying a new medicine and no one even told us about anything. For me personally, this is my third country to practice law and I totally didn't didn't expect to all of these problems from US, especially from California, which is supposed to be the most rich state in US, with all of these poor things that we suffer. First of all, I don't like to take anything personally, but every 15 minutes during my exam, the proctor interrupt me, telling me I need to see 360 of your room. Imagine the most important and the most stressed exam in your life, and every 15 minutes they change the proctor and telling me I want to see 360 of your room. I didn't even move. This is not my fault. And every time I cannot understand what they are saying. Maybe their English was not that perfect, but again, we have been treating like a new medicine. No one warned us, no one told us it will happen like that. Nothing. It's just like, and I did more than 3,000 MBE questions, and I never see any of these questions or similar in the MBE on the second day. So it's unfair, and please try to think twice before taking any decisions because now people lives on the stake. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our
Devin?
next public comment is from KS.
Hi, my name is Kathleen Scally. I'm an attorney from New York. I was a prosecutor in Brooklyn and New York City for 13 years. When COVID came to Los Angeles, I came to Los Angeles because my sister and my mom live here. And my sister needed help taking care of my mom because the people that she pays to take care of my mom, she didn't want in the house because of all that COVID stuff. And she was concerned about my mom, getting COVID and whatever from people coming in and out of the house. Well, COVID continued, and I'm now in Los Angeles permanently because my family needs me. And I'm the future of the entire United States. The entire United States is going to be called upon to take care of older parents in their homes. And I'm a lawyer. I don't want to be here. I don't want to practice here. I want to be in New York where I can practice and I can be an attorney, but I can't. And I didn't pass this bar. And I'm talking about attorney reciprocity here. All these other states would let me in. They're not afraid of me crossing their state line and committing malpractice left and right. They're okay with that. Why aren't you guys okay with that? This is the future of law. This is not a state. This is not the United States anymore where people live for 3 generations in the same state. People don't go into their father's law profession anymore. It's a diverse group of people with diverse needs. It's people with elder care issues, people with their own health issues. This test is this whole reciprocity thing. I did my thing. I did my rite of passage. I did all of this in New York. It's the second hardest bar exam there is. Why do I have to do this again? None of the other states think I have to do this again other than Florida and California. Everyone else here is going to have something like this in their family. People are going to have to decide on practicing law, giving up their practice because they have family obligations. It's just not fair.
Thank you.
Our next public comment is from Angel.
Hi. Can you guys hear me?
We can.
So sorry, I'm going to take a sip of water, but I will stay within the time frame. First of all, I want to thank you guys for your time. I didn't think I was going to be able to speak, so I am appreciative. And I think that's another sign from God that I do belong here in front of these individuals. One, I want to share a lot of love and grace and compassion to everyone that has spoken so far that is taking this February bar exam, including myself. For context, I was actually the Student Bar Association president when I went to law school. I was awarded by the American Bar Association for the Student Bar Association of the Year, as well as for creating a safe space series that ended up being adopted in multiple universities after George Floyd's passing. I've worked for the DOJ, I've worked for the DA's office, and I'm currently a firm manager. So I say all of that to say that I am steadfast in my belief that I belong in this profession. I know that I have an impact, and I know that the nature of me is that I am an advocate, but I also do know that because I have dealt with certain things in my family and certain things in my life circumstantially that it has impacted me, but nothing has impacted me as much as sitting for this bar exam in February, especially sitting for it in my living room. I'll say I was a repeat taker, and I think it's really important to point out something that nobody else has mentioned so far, but our inability to access all of our essays, to be able to really actually make a strategic, dare I say, attorney-like decision as to what exam you would approach first, heavily impacted my ability to complete the exam. And yet I was resilient and did so anyway. So to find out in this meeting and to find out today that people who did not complete their exams and did not end up having to kind of force themselves through those issues were awarded with passes, while I failed, where in the last administration, my PT was downgraded from a 75 to a 55. And I know my time is up, but I will just say that I think that it is really important to talk about that second read, because how can a second person downscore me by 20 points?
I apologize, but your time has concluded.
I appreciate it. And I just want to thank you for allowing me to speak. Thank you.
How many more do we have, Devin?
We have 31 additional hands raised at this time.
Jean, I'll consult you for advice. I'm willing, we can let it go for a little bit longer if people would volunteer to speak for 1 minute.
That's within your discretion if they volunteer. The difficulty is we have hands raised currently, and typically what we do is we put them down and back up again. If people, what I would suggest, Alan, is decide how much longer you'd like to go, and however many people we can fit in within that time, we will endeavor to do so.
All right, we have so much business we need to get to today. I'm going to ask the speakers to volunteer to speak for 1 minute, and I'm going to ask the committee's indulgence to continue the public comment for another 30 minutes. And at that point, we need to move on to the issues today that we have before us. So with that, can we put the hands down and volunteer, ask for people to speak for 1 minute at a time?
All hands have been lowered.
All right. So
our next public
who
comment.
wishes to speak for 1 minute, please raise your hands. And Devin, let's move on.
Our next public comment is from Duran.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Good afternoon. You already know my name. I'm a retaker. I took the February 2025 in person with accommodations for extra time, but no accommodation can shield you from an exam from a system that is collapsing in real time. Day one, the laptop I was given glitched, froze, and crashed. I lost time I couldn't afford. I was handed a second laptop. It was even worse. I typed blindly, not knowing if my answers were even being saved. Day two, the PT was nearly untestable. Documents failed to load. I couldn't track my time. I wasn't applying legal skills. I was just scrambling just to see the materials. I'm speaking really fast because I know I'm running out of time, but the multiple choice section broke me. I kept recognizing question after question because I took the experimental exam. The whole exam weaponized my ADHD against me. It kept triggering a spiral of overanalysis. I kept crying. I've been crying since this morning. We were not tested fairly. We were not supported. We were failed. This exam was incompetent. I was not. And
I
sorry,
apologize. Your time is concluded.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Our next public comment is from Merv. You've been unmuted. Our next public comment is from Ivana.
Good afternoon. Due to the serious and well-documented flaws in the 2025 California bar exam, I urge the state bar to implement provisional licensing with a clear path to full licensure. This is just not fair. It's necessary to protect the integrity of the profession and the future of qualified candidates. The media is watching, the legal community is watching, and we will not stop until justice is served. You have the power to shape a generation, have the courage to lead. This is your opportunity to be remembered for doing what's right, not as a symbol of institutional failure. We demand transparency, we demand accountability. And to every bar taker listening, whether you passed or didn't, hold on, keep pushing. You didn't fail the bar failed us.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Our next public comment is from Laura Bennett.
Hello.
We can hear you.
I'm a February 2025 examinee as well, and I want to hammer home how damaging this exam was to you, to the State Bar of California. The fact is, the public no longer trusts you. Law students and their administrations no longer trust you. And the lawyers who are supposed to look to you for guidance no longer trust you. You didn't listen to us when we told you over and over again for months that this exam would crash and burn. The administration of this exam has made national news and made California and our state bar a laughingstock in the legal community. Now more than ever, when the very foundations of America's legal system are under attack, we need transparency from and trust in the organization that is supposed to protect and support us as lawyers. We are your peers now, and we will remember this for the rest of our careers. We demand accountability, and in the future, please do better.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Next public comment is from Ray Hayden.
Hi, hopefully you can hear me this time.
We can.
Good. All right. Yeah, it's a new camera. Anyway, so let's get in here real quick. The best solution is allow everybody from the February 2025 California General Bar exam to have the PLL program with no exam at the back end. I could say a whole lot more about that, but there's no need to here. I'm not going to beat you up on the exam. The program that I suggest to California races 100% of the problems that just happened here and a whole lot more, and it makes you a whole lot more money. It makes a whole lot more people competent going forward. I would have passed the exam in 20 other jurisdictions, including New York and Washington, D.C., with the scores that I've already had in my now 7 exams. Finally, the profession of law is wildly open book. We all would have just failed a couple of exams in the last 3 hours. The bar exam is a closed book. The grading is a sham, and I won't go into that here, but trust me, it is, and you know that I know how it's graded. Let me see here. Okay, so you might have to make some changes in the law and the wording of the law to get that done. Do it, get it done. PLL program, no bar exam at the back end. I've been here 7 times and for 6 first-year exams. I kind of got the picture, okay? Go get them. Take care.
Thank you. And I'm going to urge members who wish to speak, we're trying to get everybody in, but rather than repeat comments, we really do have materials to get to, issues to get to that concern the issues that have been raised here. So please, let's go forward. but please try not to repeat what's already been said. Devin?
Our next public comment is from Christian Ramos.
Hello, my name is Christian Ramos, and thank you for your time. I am someone who took the February 2025 bar exam, as well as am currently a provisionally licensed lawyer in California. I have learned more about how to be a lawyer by practicing under the supervision of a fully licensed lawyer than I did in law school or preparing for a test. The PLL is a wonderful program, but is a band-aid. A proper solution to a test that had as many numerous issues as the February bar exam should not only include a PLL, but a pathway to licensure program without the need to retest. I work at a nonprofit and helped many individuals by representing in court, at administrative hearings, and in pro per. I believe PLLs and February bar examinees can prove to you all how experience under supervision of a licensed attorney prepares individuals more than any test can demonstrate. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker?
Our next public comment is from Alejandra Torres.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, I'm a February 2025 bar exam taker. I'm a foreign attorney and I did not pass the exam. I finished all the essays and the multiple choice question. I also did the experimental exam. However, now I'm thinking that we're being punished for finishing the entirety of the exam, even with technical difficulties, because I find it puzzling and unfair that some of the people that passed have mentioned that they did not finish any of the essays or some of the essays, and they did not do the PT at all or answer some of the essays according to a completely different subject, and they still passed. So I put in the months of a hard study effort, and I can't make sense of the result because honestly, I believed I passed. So I don't know why we were not given the breakdown today. It makes me think that you guys are still figuring that out for us, and I don't know how legit this breakdown will be tomorrow that we receive this information. As a foreign attorney, I just respectfully request equal consideration for all proposed remedies to our sector, because the remedies proposed currently for us are the same as the people who withdrew from the February exam, and that's not fair because we did take the exam. And we represent 19% of the people who took this exam, and we should be treated equally. Please consider Professor Mary Basic's proposal.
Thank you for your public comment.
Next.
Next public comment is from Medina Cole.
It's difficult for me to speak, but I will do my best. I learned that I did not pass. I'm shocked. And then I wasn't shocked. I had the same difficulties that other people have mentioned today, where I answered every single question and did every essay. I did it under ridiculous circumstances. And I tested at a test site, not at home. The screen kept going black. And I don't know if my time continued while it was black. And it did this for every single question. And I had to reread the question. So this testing me on my comprehension, but yet I'm rushing through and having to reread the questions in a hurry a second time to get the answer. And at the end, when I realized that none of my questions had saved, I had to make sure to rush a little faster so I could go back to the beginning and hit save each one. So I feel like I've been penalized for the scores, my exam. And
thank you for your public comment.
Thank you. Next.
Our next public comment is from Vu Parles Consulting.
Good afternoon. I'm here to urge the California State Bar to adopt a portfolio bar exam as a fair, equitable, and inclusive remedy for all examinees affected by the February 2025 exam and for those registered for July, coupled with a provisional licensure and a clear pathway to permanent admission. The February exam caused serious harm, and that is undisputed. The July 2025 cohort is similarly situated. While logistical changes have been announced, such as reverting to in-person and the use of NCBE materials, there remains a deep lack of transparency about whether the root causes of February's failures have been addressed. Applicants are being asked to place their faith in a system that has yet to fully account for or repair its prior breakdowns. This is not an adequate remedy. This is more than an exam. It's a matter of justice. Countless individuals' livelihoods, careers, and opportunities to serve their communities depend on a bar licensing process that is equitable. Further, the legal needs of California's population, especially its most vulnerable, are not served by gatekeeping that favors privilege over potential. This approach will also give the California State Bar the time and space needed to reform its licensing
I apologize,
process.
your time has concluded.
Thank you. I conclude. I appreciate your time.
Our next public comment is from Kamala Rahman.
Can you hear me?
We can.
I'm very saddened about the way the bar handled everything. We were graded against people who sat there cheating in the hallways in the Ontario testing location, as well as them sharing the topics with their friends. And we brought this up before, and the bar has said nothing about it. And I've still continued to email the bar every single day since then, and I have gotten nothing out of this. So we were graded on people who did not work in good faith. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, and so I think that we should have a better remedy for people who took it in good faith, as well as what they said previously. We were graded upon, I didn't pass as well. I answered every single essay question, every multiple choice question, and I find it astonishing that people did pass and they left it empty. I think we need better remedies, such as a provisional license without having to retake the bar exam, because we were robbed out of a good experience of taking the exam in good conditions. We had to face technical errors, and it was just distracting. Everyone's crying in the room. The essays we got, and during the essays and multiple choice, we were frozen every minute or so.
I apologize. Your time is concluded.
Thank you.
Our next public comment is from Sparsh.
Can you hear me?
We can.
So I'm a foreign attorney. I took the February 25 exam and I faced like numerous technical difficulties. I just want to reiterate that a provision license program without the option of without we need a provision license program is needed, and we should not be able to retake this exam. And I'm a foreign attorney, so a PLL will be in the provision of a supervised attorney. And since I'm a foreign attorney, I don't have a visa to work in the USA. So please allow us to work remotely under a supervised attorney so that we can have this exam pass. Furthermore, I used to like work with as a law clerk in my previous firm as well. So this is a fair remedy. Otherwise, it would be very, and I request the state bar to please find us a supervised attorney also fit for this PLL program. I'll be very grateful if you can do this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Our next public comment is from Wendy.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Thanks for letting me speak today. I'm speaking as an attorney who took the California Attorney's exam in February. I'm a test retaker. I wasn't successful in either July 2024 or February 2025. And I echo the advocacy for reciprocity at a minimum with those states that have reciprocity with California, or adopting a rule here that would enable out-of-state attorneys who meet certain requirements to practice here. I've been practicing for over 20 years in both private practices and as in-house counsel with a clean disciplinary record, and many attorneys who I work with stand ready to attest to the quality of my work as an attorney. There's no legitimate reason why or other similar attorneys should be barred from practicing in this state simply because of a botched exam process. Although I'm expressing my own opinions and experience, I do echo all of those who have experienced different difficulties here, and that there should be several remedies implemented in order to restore fairness to the licensing process for the February 2025 exam takers. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Next public comment is TJ Hogan.
Right. Hello.
We can hear you.
Perfect. How's it going? I'm a 3-time California bar applicant, multiple bar courses, multiple bar fees, years of time that have been devoted to passing this exam, passing scores on my multiple choice questions and everything else in between. Just to go back over what everybody said. The proctoring failures, I didn't finish my exam until about 9:00 p.m. because I had about 2.5 hours in between when my system crashed, proctor failures left and right. I'm one of the persons that completed every single portion of the exam. I know the law, I understand the law, I can work with the law, but I didn't pass as well in this February 2025. To understand this, you'd have to see everything. We weren't even given that, but honestly, the remedies need to be fixed. The psycho, well, you guys know the deal. Just fix the problem. Be better.
Our next public comment is from Sandra. Sander, you've been unmuted.
Hello. I am speaking on the fact that this exam was not a true reflection of our competency, as many others have spoken. This exam, many people have expressed their concerns well before the actual exam rolled out. And the fact that we were lied to consistently and told that our concerns weren't really like valid, or that there were like the features were actually going to be implemented when they actually weren't, is just a failure on your part. This exam wasn't like the other ones. And then the fact with the statistic, with the math and the statistics, like trying to compare it to like previous administrations, when this was just its own entity, and none of these conditions were similar to before.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Our next public comment is from Victoria. You've been unmuted. Our next public comment is from AB.
Hear me?
We can.
Okay, I just want to simplify my point. And this is a very important, very obviously issue. First of all, is the score imputation. It's really unfair. And those who wrote in the answer field didn't get the remedy. And while those didn't write in the answer field got the remedy. How come this be this way? This is obviously unfair. I'm not talking about any other issue. Second, the PT in the effect entire in-person test. I heard everybody said that we can copy and paste. We don't have time to write everything, and we just write whatever we can. But the PT should be separately score. I just surprised why I've been emailed to CBE and board members. Why the PT not a separate score? That is a big issue to us. And also,
I apologize. Your time has concluded. Our next public comment is from Brendan Welts.
Hello, could you hear me?
We can.
I'm just a foreign applicant from licensed in 3 other countries, and I failed the July exam by just 2 points, and well, obviously failed the February part here. I don't know, I'm a bit shocked, and I was wondering what you guys could provide us as a remedy. Maybe the provisional licensure that everyone has been talking without having to do a retake. I just feel like I was made a joke out of myself. I am on a visa sponsorship here, potentially going to lose that, probably going to have to leave the country to go back to England. But I just wish you guys take all of this into consideration, everything that everyone else has suffered through, and just, I don't know, just be a bit, have some humanity, and just listen to and understand what everyone went through, because this did not at all tested our competence. It just tested literally nothing, if I'm to say that. And I know for a fact I'm competent, but just hoping you guys can provide us a remedy. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Next public comment is phone number ending in 1611.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
We can.
Thank you. First of all, I'll speak quickly. Thank you for having the courage to face everyone. It's a good tool of democracy to be able to meet with the public. So thank you for doing that. I know it's not the most happy times to be meeting with everyone. I am one of the first people to have actually passed, but I want to stay on the phone to stand for everyone else who took the exam. Did not repeat other people's comments. I was curious as to if there's any thought into having the PT be retakeable. Earlier in the call, there was some discussion of part of the exam being retaken. To the extent you can't provide a pathway to admissions for those applicants who did not pass the exam for some statutory reason, or et cetera, perhaps that could be an option since that was such a debilitating part of the exam. the lack of copy and paste functionality, for example, can't be summarily summarized so quickly because you have to memorize 7 words, click back 3 screens and scroll down, and then type those 7 words again. It's a very difficult and unfair measure. I am actually an admitted attorney from the jurisdiction from 10 years practicing, and
I
I
apologize.
can
Your
say
time is
confidently that,
concluded.
thank you very much, everyone.
Our next public comment is from Pilar Hernandez.
Hi, I'm Pilar Hernandez. I'm a foreign attorney. I just want to tell you guys that please see us as peers. See us as human beings who have been worked so hard and giving everything to this process. Please put yourself in our shoes. We don't deserve it to be treated as lab rats because the system is broken. We prepare, we show up, we try to do everything only to face the chaos and inconsistency, and we didn't receive anything in return. The system failed us. We didn't fail. You guys have more than 1,000 of people lives and professions on your hands. Please do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Devin?
Our next public comment is from Nadeem. Nadeem, you've been unmuted. Our next public comment is from Kim.
Hello.
We can hear you.
Great. My name is Kimberly Protzel. I'm advocating for a provisional license with pathway to full licensure or a reevaluation of the portfolio bar exam. I know I'm not the only person in this group who has significant legal knowledge but is unable to test well enough to achieve a license. I was registered for February 25. I participated in the November 24 experiment and chose to withdraw from the February exam, foreseeing the future failure of that exam. And I did not want to waste the chance to use the potential additional points for participating in the experiment. I chose to leave my work after 10 years of working with the immigrant community as a DOJ accredited representative, assisting immigrants attain their legal rights, and later as a child advocate working with detained immigrant children. I have assisted thousands of immigrants pursue their legal rights in the immigration field, which inspired me to pursue my JD and become a fully fledged attorney. I am advocating for an alternative pathway to licensure that does not require a standardized examination, but rather
I apologize. Your time has concluded. Our next public comment is from Deepika.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Hi, my name is Tipika Nair, and I was a recent bar taker. This was my first time taking the bar exam. Of course, I did not pass, because I did not get a fair opportunity to pass because of all the technical outages that I faced. While in law school, I interned at the public defender's office for a considerable time and was highly competent in the courtroom as under the PTLS program. Just recently, I was offered a job there. Now, I can't do that because of so many issues I faced because of a poor execution of exam. And now I do not have hope for employment in the field that I'm very much capable and have a passion for. I respectfully plead with the bar committee to grant a pathway licensure without needing to take a retake exam for people like us who have jobs offers pending, ready and competent to serve and need urgent employment and are ready to serve our local communities and feed our families. Thank you so much.
Our next public comment is from Soren. You've been unmuted.
Quite honestly, after being involved,
It's a little hard to hear you.
we're hearing all the speakers.
We can't hear you. Okay, they dropped off. Our next public comment is from Alicia.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Good afternoon. I was successful on this cycle, but on behalf of the candidates that did not pass, they should be given a pathway to licensure without retaking the exam. The applicants should not suffer the burden of this administration's unfair execution of this exam. I was a retaker, and this exam was not like the July exam. It was extremely stressful. So many people face different technical issues, including myself, that can not simply continue to be swept over the rug. The dishonor and disrespect we face as applicants is unacceptable. More so when we were called less than applicants by the Board of Trustees, which was extremely insulting as our money was not less than when the State Bar collected our fees. The technical problems we faced were foreseeable for the bar. The bar should make equitable remedies. Then the bar lied to us, telling us to study the same way and yet used AI to come up with MBE questions. Throughout law school, I and my peers were told of the high standards the bar holds. Yet this administration and the cycle did not demonstrate that. Give these applicants the remedy that they deserve and let them have a pathway to licensure. After all the lying and much blaming the bar did, we need equity
I
for
apologize. Your time is concluded.
I
Our
think
next
we have
public,
time for about one more.
our next public comment is from Bree.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Hi, thank you so much for your time today. I'm speaking as an applicant and a test taker of the February 2025 bar exam. I am an applicant with disabilities who was denied reasonable accommodations despite having significant medical documentation. And I was tested based on my disability and not on my actual ability to perform well on this exam. I am outraged and appalled at how this exam treated myself and other students with disabilities, other folks who have surpassed numerous challenges and obstacles just to be given yet another one and have this exam be so outside of our control. Nothing we could do or prepare for could have allowed us to have even the remote appearance of an opportunity to be tested on a fair and equal basis as our peers. This has been a very dysregulating and disorienting experience, down from hearing what potential remedial measures will be provided and which ones would not. I just want to finish one last thought. I really ask, and I'm really pleading with you all to take into consideration what happens for students with disabilities and folks who are applying for future licensure as well. As it feels the current process is not in compliance with the ADA or the Rehabilitation Act or the Civil Rights Act.
Thank you for your public comment.
Thank you. I know there are still folks out there who wish to speak. We've been going for 2.5 hours now. I want to assure everybody that the committee has heard these comments and we are taking them to heart. At this point, what we're going to do is move on with our agenda and hopefully address at least some of these issues. So what I propose to do is we're going to, first of all, take about a 5-minute break. We've been going for about 2.5 hours. When we come back, we are going to address agenda items 3.2, 3.1, and then go in the closed session. After that, if time permits, we'll take up 3.4 and 3.3. But at this point, I think that we'll be passing those to the next meeting. So at this point, it is now 3:42. At 3:47, we're going to reconvene with item 3.2. Thank you. See, there's Paul. There's Julianne. Alex. All right, thank you very much. We're going to resume our session with item 3.2 on the agenda. Who's going to report on this, Audrey?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm hearing an echo. Do you hear it?
It's gone now.
Okay, great. Thank you. This one shall be pretty quick. Just to recap, the Board of Trustees already approved a fee waiver for applicants that withdrew or were unsuccessful on the February exam for the July 2025 exam. Since that was approved, we've had several requests from applicants directly through the applicant portal to apply that credit to subsequent bar exams. The Committee of Bar Examiners and the Board of Trustees also had public comment to that effect, similar requests. Applicants have reasons related to inability to take time off of work, inability to travel for July, other obligations, or military assignments. The most fair and equitable solution would be to allow credits for subsequent exams. So this item is requesting that the Committee of Bar Examiners recommend to the Board of Trustees to extend that waiver until July 2026. So someone could use it for this upcoming July, February 26, or July 26. And if an applicant has already used the waiver for July 25, but they want to withdraw and apply it for next year, they can withdraw by the final filing deadline of June 2nd, and then apply that waiver again to one of the exams in 2026. Paul.
Paul.
Yeah, one of the reasons somebody might still feel compelled to take the July exam is that their November experiment credit is expiring. I'm not terribly interested in extending that, but I thought I would call it to everyone's attention to see if there is an interest in considering asking the court to permit that.
That is correct. The court order about that experiment adjustment applied just to the two 2025 exams, so we would have to request that be amended.
So then the question is, there any interest in doing so?
Well, it seems like it's all part and parcel of the same experience, so it would be only fair to extend it. That would be my thought.
And I think this would be something that we need to include in the next petition to the Supreme Court. I think it's, obvious. This is something that's probably pretty obvious, but I think we need the stem and approval from the Supreme Court, even though we probably believe the Supreme would do the right thing here.
Okay, we'd have to do it pretty quickly for people to be able to rely upon it, though.
Right.
I don't think we could wait till our June meeting.
Agreed.
Well, so we would simply put it into the motion now and authorize staff to put it in the petition. Is that correct?
Audrey, I think probably the way to deal with that, although I know we have the agenda item 3.1, that may be something you guys want to recommend to the Board of Trustees. You could try to do it that way, because those recommendations are going to the board, and then the board recommendations will be going up to the Supreme Court. So I think whereas we're currently on the fee waiver extension item, it's probably not appropriate as part of this agenda item, but perhaps the other.
So we could vote on this item and then put a pin on that recommendation and add it onto the next item.
Onto 3.2?
3.1, since we're going out of order, right? So this is 3.2.
This is 3.2.
Yeah.
All right, that's fine. Do we have well, first of all, is there any further discussion on the fee issue? Seeing none, Audrey, do we have something to put up on the screen?
We do. You want me to share it, Devin?
I have it ready to go. I can share. One moment.
you make that a little bigger, Devin?
Mhm.
Feels a lot.
Oh. All right, I can barely see it here. Devin, can you read it into the record?
Sure. Sorry, my computer's getting a little frozen. Resolved that the Committee of Bar Examiners recommends that the Board of Trustees extend the existing fee waiver for applicants who are unsuccessful on or withdrew from the February 2025 California Bar Exam to allow them to use the waiver for the July 2025, February 2026, or July 2026 administration. Oh, and now my screen is frozen over, so I can't see it.
You want to stop sharing and I can share it?
Sure, sure.
Are you seeing mine? Hopefully mine's working.
All right, I can read it. Okay, go
You
ahead.
want me to make it larger?
Now, further resolved that applicants who have already applied for the July 2025 bar exam with the fee waiver be allowed to withdraw from the exam before the final filing deadline of June 2nd, 2025, and apply the fee waiver to one of the 2026 administrations of the bar exam. Do I hear a motion?
Paul,
James Bolton moves. Thank you, Dr. Bolton. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Paul seconds. Devin, can you call the roll, please?
Dr. Bolton,
Yes.
Dr. Cow, not present. Kareem Gangora, not present. Larry Kaplan. Larry Kaplan.
Yes.
Paul Kramer.
Yes.
Alex Lawrence, not present. Esther Lynn.
Yes.
Justice Masiwala.
Yes.
Joshua Montgomery, not present. Bethany Peak.
Yes.
Ashley Silva Guzman, not present. Julianne Smith.
Yes.
Judge Reyna, not present. Alan Yokelson.
Yes.
Vince Reyes.
Yes.
Alex Chan.
Yes.
With 9 yeses and 0 nos, the motion passes.
All right. Thank you very much. Moving on to item 3.1.
Hey.
Who's going? Audrey?
Still me, yes. All right. You see my screen?
Here we go. Yes.
Okay, well, we all know what this item is covering. Just a little background, the Board of Trustees wanted the Committee of Bar Examiners to consider a full range of remediation options for February 2025 test takers and to provide specific parameters for any recommended measures. So today we're going to look more at a full range of potential non-scoring remedies, have some updated population performance data based on the release of results, and then have a committee discussion and adoption of recommendations. So this was already posted in the item, sort of the whole global population of test takers, those who took the general bar exam, the 2-day exam, and the attorney's exam, the 1-day exam. So you've seen these numbers before. Just wanted to highlight, I know the last time we met on the 18th, you also wanted to see a breakdown of a percentage of the cohort by accommodated applicants and applicants without accommodations. That's on here for you as well and was posted in the item. I'm not going to read these aloud. I know you've seen them, but just a little recap. And then there were 1,481 withdrawals. Okay, so the remedial measures outlined are on this slide, but we did hear some other suggestions during public comment, which of course we can discuss as well. So provisional licensure, either with a pathway to full licensure or without, meaning taking a bar exam again in order to be licensed. So practicing under supervision, either with this pathway or without. Portfolio bar exam or supervised practice. In the item, there was a recap on the former proposal that was sent to the Supreme Court before, about 700 to 1,000 practice hours, 8 to 13 submitted work products, and then possibly performance tests as well for additional assessment in order to become licensed without taking the bar exam. The board also asked the committee to consider some remedies for attorneys who are licensed in other jurisdictions. The ones outlined in the item would be a special admission program. So we have special admissions programs already, like registered legal aid, our military spouse, in the item outlining how we might specially admit out-of-state attorneys through a new program where not necessarily they had to be tied to a certain organization or like the registered legal aid, attorneys have to work for legal aid, but maybe more similar to a military spouse where they work but also under supervision, and that would be a special admission program, or admission on motion, so a specified number of years of practice in another jurisdiction and be admitted on motion, and whether or not that would be required to be reciprocal. Donna, I don't know if you want to quickly discuss AB 1522 for everyone.
So Assembly Bill 1522 is a piece of urgency legislation that is currently pending in the California State Legislature. Urgency legislation means that that it would be effective upon signature by the governor. The reason Audrey asked me to mention it right now is, among other things, AB 1522 currently revises the requirement related to the way out-of-state licensed attorneys would need to be licensed in California. Essentially what it does, it gives the Committee of Bar Examiners the opportunity to come up with an alternative way of receiving admission. Specifically, it says that to be certified to the Supreme Court for admission and a license to practice law, somebody who's practiced in another state, sister state, United States jurisdiction, possession, territory, or dependency of the United States, in addition to other things, has to have passed, instead of the general bar exam given by the examining committee, they have to have passed the examination prescribed by the examining committee, unless they've been licensed, an active licensee in good standing for at least 4 years immediately preceding their admission, in which case the examining committee, you all, may provide an alternative means of receiving admission and licensure. What does that mean? It means those who currently would qualify to sit for the attorney's examination, the one-day exam, in lieu of sitting for the exam, if the committee prescribes and the Supreme Court adopts an alternative means of receiving admission and licensure, that cohort would not have to sit for a bar exam. They would be able to be admitted following completion of whatever the committee prescribes in the Supreme Court orders.
So is that meant to authorize the reciprocity program, basically?
It is, as I understand it, it is intended to, yes, give the Supreme Court an option that the court did not feel like it had, or the court expressed in the order denying the recommendation of reciprocity from the Blue Ribbon Commission. The Supreme Court pointed out that the statute prohibits them from acting in such a manner, and so this would sort of create an opportunity, if the committee and the Supreme Court wish to take it, to provide an option other than sitting for the bar exam. It doesn't require reciprocity per se, but it just allows the committee to prescribe some other method other than sitting for the bar exam for those who currently would be required to allowed to take the attorney's exam.
All right. It seems to me that that's the legislature and the governor are going to do, that's a separate process from us. What are the options in front of us today?
Oh, if there weren't any more questions on that, I'll finish this slide and then I'll share some of the pass rate data. So another option that's been put forward to you before is diploma privilege. So allowing those who have their JD from an ABA or an other registered or accredited law school to have, if you have that diploma, then you would have the privilege of being licensed. And then somewhat more complicated, and there was some other recommendations today that I'll try to summarize here, is some going through those who maybe qualified for second read during this administration, so within the 40 points to pass, or in a prior bar exam administration, but we're also part of the February cohort. So look at second read scores and recommend that those folks then pass, or some sort of prior performance imputation. So Ashley mentioned this in our last meeting, looking at maybe essays or performance tests from prior exams and substituting those or imputing those into different aspects of this exam to get to a passing score. Also mentioned in the item as maybe looking at the discrete parts, so the written part and the multiple choice part, and seeing where someone would have passed if they had their February 25 written component and then maybe their July 24 multiple choice, and doing some sort of substitution to see if they've could combine components of the scores to equal a pass. We also heard some suggestions for allowing retakes of just the performance tests or partial retakes of other parts of the exam. And I think we might have heard a recommendation for second read to qualify for provisional licensure with a pathway to full licensure. So that was just something, a couple other things we heard during public comment that I wanted to mention. So I'm going to stop sharing this screen and I'm going to start sharing one other one. Sorry for I'm driving between different parts of my laptop. Okay, so we released the results based on the order from the court for the raw passing score today before the meeting. So these are some preliminary pass rate data, and let me know if everyone can see. If I need to try to make this bigger. So we had already looked at the past 10 years of demographic data and other applicant type data of about pass rates and average pass rates. But before the meeting, we were able to add in the 2025 pass rate. These are all February's, sorry. So these are all February exams for the past 10 years, and the updated pass rate data for the February 2025 cohort now that we have released results. It is preliminary. We do usually wait for some checks from law schools, from other checks before we publish all the exam statistics, but this is based on what we have from this morning. So these are, again, you can take a look. I can slowly go over it, and we can look back on it as well. But this is just the demographic groups self-reported to us, looking at average pass rates, and then the February pass rate. You can see this average pass rate over prior to 2015 to 2024 versus the February 2025, all the different demographic categories that people can choose, all of them higher than the past 9 years, quite significantly in some cases. Okay, and please just, I can't see any hands when I'm sharing, but just say something if you want me to go back. So this is looking at the general bar exam. So that's why this number of test takers for the general bar exam is lower than what I showed before, because that total taker number includes the ones who take the attorney's exam. So the general bar exam, the 2-day exam, the pass rate for February is 55.9. The average over the 9 years preceding 33%. So a lot higher than prior February exams, higher than average, certainly higher than last year's cohort before that. First time takers, the pass rate 62.1%. Again, much higher than our average, and then higher year over year as well. Repeat takers, 53.2. There is the U.S. attorneys taking the general bar exam. So if you haven't been practicing for 4 years, you have to take the 2-day exam, not the 1-day. So we do have the, significant number of U.S. attorneys taking the 2-day exam. They passed at almost 88%. Also, some of the 1-day takers can elect to take the 2-day if they feel they do better with a multiple choice component. The 1-day takers passing at almost 78%. And then we have the education breakdown. So ABA, all of the ABA schools in the pool, and then just the ABA schools in California. Again, this column here is the average, and these are the prior 9 years.
And it is the case that the attorneys taking the 2-day paid less too, right? Than for the 1-day?
No, the attorneys pay the same. If you're an attorney, you pay the same.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, so these are, again, the different ways to qualify for legal education. So California accredited, unaccredited. A lot of the studies, so if numbers are under 11 takers, we don't publish. So that's why you don't see that published. So that means there's under 11 takers. And then foreign attorneys, over 20% than the average. Foreign educated attorneys. And then the last bucket here, disciplined attorneys, where taking the bar exam is a prerequisite to get reinstated. Does anyone want me to scroll back to something in particular? I know all of these new numbers were not posted yet.
Audrey, this is Justice Maciwala. Do we have demographic data on LGBTQ plus test takers, or is that something that is not asked about?
These are the ones that are asked about.
Thank you.
So it appears that in all categories, the pass rates are much higher than in years past.
That is correct.
Suggesting that some of the action that this committee's already taken has had an ameliorative effect. Is that fair?
That's correct. Looking at this this number, 55.9 of the all test takers who took the general bar exam, the 2-day exam, looking back, there hadn't been a pass rate this high for February or spring, because it used to be called, we kept it in the record as the spring exam, I think since 1965.
One of the themes that I heard a lot in the public comment phase was that people who were eligible to have imputed scores, people seem to feel that they had an advantage over people who were able to actually complete the exam. I'm not sure that's the case. Audrey, can you review what the imputation process means and when it was offered and how it could affect the outcome?
So if test takers weren't able to get into the exam, we allowed the retake. But if there was at least, I believe the committee's recommendation was two-thirds of the submission of the exam, then the rest could be imputed.
And imputed means what exactly?
So your prior.
How does the psychometrician get a score to impute?
Your performance on the submitted answers. And I'm not positive, Donna, you might have to correct me. It's not like exactly a straight average to get to the.
Yeah, I'll take it. The excuse me, the formula looks at the difficulty of the question, and it's a slightly different. They use a slightly different model for imputing for the multiple choice, and imputing to the written section, largely because the multiple choice was either is either right or wrong, whereas the essay and the performance test, you can get, you know, a 60, a 65, a 70, a 75. There are different gradations of the score that you could get. But the concept is the same, looking at the complexity, the difficulty of the question, and how you performed on other questions to ascertain what would be the likely performance on the questions that you missed. So if you answered 5 questions but did not answer the 6th question, then they would be able to, using that item response theory model, be able to determine this question is, you know, proved to be less complex than other questions. You performed, you know, well on less complex questions, and so you would, you know, have a score similar to that which you had on other questions. Not a psychometrician, just very generally explaining the concept of looking at your performance and the complexity or difficulty of the question.
The point is, it's not an arbitrary awarding of points. It seeks to relate back to how you were doing otherwise.
Yes, and so, for example, on the multiple choice, imputing, if you had, you know, 5 answers blank and the psychometrician imputed, that does not mean that you get those 5 answers correct. That they look at the complexity of the question, how you performed on questions of that complexity, and it's predictive. It's a probabilistic framework to determine whether you were likely to have gotten those questions right.
Alan, I think there's another aspect of it that I was hearing from the people who discussed this. And that was, if I could only partially complete my answer on the written question, I wouldn't get the benefit of imputation, versus somebody who didn't put down anything, or, you know, was never, either because they just didn't have the time or for whatever reason, they would get a full imputation. And that's thought to be a leg up for the person who submitted a blank answer. So can somebody speak to the point at which we decide that somebody's answer was basically 0 and therefore deserving of imputation? If they just had a few words in their answer, for instance, would we make them a candidate for imputation? Or is it purely blank answers that got imputed?
So it was if they were missing content. So if they did not have any answer in there, or because we had heard from several people who in the performance test actually did not have access to the file or the library, and some of them indicate that they'd been told by their proctor, just try and answer it anyway, which the committee knows is obviously not possible if you don't have the file and the answer. And so to the extent that that they put content in the response for the performance test without the file or the library, they received an imputed score as well. But if you wrote, you know, a paragraph or 2, you did not get an imputation.
Paragraph or 2 on an essay question or the PT?
Yes.
On an essay question.
On either essay or PT.
And we did export the notes and the answer window. So just a reminder I know we discussed that last time. Do you want me to take this? Does anyone want to see? I'm going to take this down if anyone wants to see any more of this data.
And Audrey, in computing these numbers, am I right that we didn't consider any GPA or transcript at all?
That is correct.
Not at all.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, Alan,
go ahead.
As to provisional licensure, especially for the benefit of the people who withdrew from the exam because of all the uncertainty, I think we need to provide something for them, and I don't see why we don't also provide it to those who failed the exam. But that would be the provisional licensure without the pathway aspect of full licensure, meaning that they have to, they have to pass a bar exam in the future. And I supported that. a month or so ago when we proposed it to the Board of Trustees, and the Board of Trustees seemed to misunderstand and think that's the only remedy we were proposing. So they wanted to send us back to it, send it back to us to make sure we considered all the other possibilities, which they themselves recognized we couldn't do until we saw how the applicants performed on the exam. So we've reached that point, and credit to Leah for trying to clarify that at the Board of Trustees. But I think that got rolling. It would have been nice if that proposal had gone forward earlier to the court, so the program could be put in place quicker than it will now if the court accepts our recommendation. But I'm certainly in favor of extending the provisional licensure program for at least a couple of years to allow people to recover from this. It makes sense that many people cannot afford to study for 2 bar exams in a row. It's a great expenditure of time and money, and they may need some time to. And then they've got all the stress that the extra stress that this one has provided for them. So I would support that.
Is that with the bar exam at the end, or?
That's right.
Yes. Yeah, I don't. And as far as the portfolio bar exam goes, the court put the kibosh on that for reasons that I agree with. I don't see that as something we could quickly put together unless we wanted the possible repeat of February. Even if the court changes their mind about that and is willing to explore it, it needs work. So it's not an immediate solution. And as far as the other proposals go, knowing that a score on a particular subject or an essay question on the bar exam is scaled, some questions are more difficult than others. I don't think you can just substitute one answer or one score from a bar exam in the past, substitute that in for one of your lower scores on the February exam, nor do I think it's probably possible psychometrically to substitute a whole half of the bar exam, multiple choice versus the essays. Their difficulty varies from administration to administration, and they are not exchangeable at a fixed rate of exchange that's reported by any newspaper that I'm aware of.
Sorry, Paul, just because you started talking about a remedy you'd be in favor of, I just wanted to put up these discussion points if they're helpful.
So Audrey, what I think, at least for the benefit of the new member, Julianne, I think would be beneficial just to give everyone a very high level of description as to what the difference is between, say, a provisional license or an applicant with a provisional license versus an applicant who's just simply waiting for the bar exam results. I think people need to understand what you're really getting when you are given a provisional license. Is this a question more appropriate for Donna or Audrey? It doesn't matter, but if someone can just give a really quick high level description, that would be very informative.
Sure, I'll take it. And just to be clear, sort of right, there were 2 provisional licensure programs that that have been adopted that are actually still running through the end of this calendar year. Provisional licensure that requires you to ultimately take a bar exam and pass a bar exam to be able to continue. Or the bar also adopted, the Supreme Court adopted rules for a provisional licensure program, which had a pathway to licensure. This was limited to those individuals who had scored between 1390 and 1439 on a prior bar exam from July 2015 to February 2020. The reason that the court did this was that there was effective for the October 2020 exam, the court lowered the pass line from 1440 to 1390, and so this was a way to say for those who had taken the bar exam within the 5 years prior to the lowering of the cut score, that they could, with 300 hours of supervised practice, be able to be admitted, basically having achieved what then became the new cut score, and they'd achieved it over the course of 5 years earlier. The provisional licensure program essentially allows somebody to practice under supervision, and there are requirements for how many years a supervisor needs to be practicing, but allows you to practice fully as a lawyer under supervision of a California licensed lawyer. There really are very few limitations on what you can do practicing as a lawyer. You have no access to a client trust account, but largely, if your supervisor authorizes, you can largely act as if you're a lawyer. You have to have provisional licensure attached to your name, attached to any court pleadings. You have to be very clear with any clients that you're a provisionally licensed lawyer and not a fully licensed lawyer. It has to be clear that you operate under supervision of a California licensed lawyer. Other requirements of the program, and I want to just go through these because if this is an approach that the committee wants to recommend, the board required you to identify specific parameters, which would include the number of years that this program would be in existence, and Paul alluded to that as well, but also I think would allude to some of the programmatic requirements that were and so looking at the ones that had been adopted previously might be helpful. So for example, an applicant to participate in the provisional licensure programs did not have to have obtained a positive moral character determination. They needed to have submitted an application for determination. Under the pathway program, if they previously received an adverse moral character determination, they're ineligible to apply unless more than 2 years had elapsed from that adverse determination between that and when they applied for the provisional licensure. But otherwise, they didn't have to have a positive determination at the time. They just needed to have an application in. They need not have sat for or passed the MPRE, the Multi-State Professional Responsibility Exam, prior to submission of an application for provisional licensure. And what they would be required to do is take the ethics components of the new attorney training that are offered by the State Bar. These are online components. To take those within the first 30 days of becoming provisionally licensed, and to complete the full new attorney training program within 12 months of licensure. They had to be supervised by a lawyer with a firm as very broadly defined, but a firm that has offices located in California, though there's no requirement that they themselves be located in California. This, again, was adopted during the pandemic, where we saw sort of a proliferation of remote practice. And so what was required was you can't be you can't be committing unauthorized practice of law in the state in which you are practicing if you are acting as a provisionally licensed lawyer under the supervision of a California licensed lawyer, but you are in Arizona, New Jersey, wherever. You can't be committing unauthorized practice of law by practicing in the confines of that state, but is intended to allow for the ability to do remote practice. And your supervisor could be a judge, or your supervisor could be an attorney, and there are some requirements on, as I said, the length of time. You have to practice law for at least 4 years in any U.S. jurisdiction, actively practice law in California, or taught at a California law school for at least 2 years to be a supervisor, be a licensee in good standing of the State Bar, or be a current judge of a court of record within the California judicial branch. Those are the basic requirements in order to be permitted to operate as a provisionally licensed lawyer. And just to be clear, the rule provided that a provisionally licensed lawyer may provide legal services to a client, including but not limited to appearing before a court or administrative tribunal, drafting legal documents, contracts or transactional documents and pleadings, engaging in negotiations and settlement discussions, and providing other legal advice and counsel, provided that the work is performed under the supervision of a supervising lawyer. So largely, as long as it's under supervision, largely anything that that a fully licensed lawyer would be allowed to do.
Thank you, Donna.
Bethany.
I was just going to add my thoughts on our options.
Yeah.
Like Paul, I am in support of the provisional licensure program. You know, I mean, we all know that the administration of the bar was not acceptable, and that is not the applicant's fault. And I think that the least that we can do is provide these applicants with an opportunity to continue to work and to continue to be able to make some money while they evaluate and determine what their next steps are. And, you know, we heard a lot of public comment today about people talking about the cost and, you know, having to be a repeat taker and all of that stuff. And, you know, I do empathize with the applicants because we do understand that it is a great endeavor of time and money. I know when I took the bar myself, I lived out of state and I couldn't stop my job because I had to work to pay my rent. And so I was studying in the evenings and on the weekends only, and I had to fly out here for the week to take the bar. And so I understand what a burden it is on a lot of people. And so I am in support of the provisional licensure, at least for, I think we should give them at minimum 2 years, because that will give them and the bar some time for that they can, you know, take the year, reevaluate, restudy, and then get back in. But I do think that we need to have the bar be required at the end, partly because, you know, the bar is all we have. You know, we're here to protect the public as well. I know there's a lot of arguments about whether the bar is worthwhile, whether its origins were racist, whatever, but this is what we have the only tool we really have to protect the public. And so we do need to use that because it's the tool that's available to us. So I do think that we still need to require some kind of licensure at the end. For people that don't want to take the bar, they have the law office program. That is another option, and California is the only state that offers that. But I do think that we need to do that. Secondly, moving on to some of the other options, regarding the attorney applicants reciprocity, I'm in support of whatever we can do to allow attorney applicants to get, I'm gonna use reciprocity in air quotes because I don't know if it would exactly be that under that bill. But if these people have already passed their bar in their state, they're in good standing and they've passed our moral character, again, the bar exam was not their fault, and I think that we should allow them the opportunity to become admitted in California as long as they're in good standing in their own state. And then lastly, regarding the imputation, I don't know if we were going to make any other scoring adjustments other than the one that we had recommended, but I did, let me just get the number of it. It's number 8B, cross-score aggregation. I just want to throw my hat in for that option for when we get there and start having that discussion. Thanks.
Thank you, Bethany. Are there other comments? Vince?
It's more of a question. I'm pretty much tending towards the keeping the provisional licensure, the pathway to full licensure, but when does the moral character process kick in? Because it seems like we could allow somebody to start and there's no real process of when that moral character begins to kick in.
Do you mean when do they get a decision?
Yes.
Oh, so a lot of the cohort would have already been applied for because they would be anticipating wanting to be licensed when results would come out. So I don't have all the numbers in front of me, but a lot of the cohort in February would have already applied for a moral character and would have likely had their determination, but I'm not sure the breakdown entirely.
Okay, I was just concerned about that because you could start at a law office under an attorney's supervision, and then maybe 6 months down the line is when the determination happens. So I'm just looking at it from the perspective of if we're protecting the public, the kinds of measures that are in place to ensure that we continue our public protection.
There would be some who have not heard back on the determination, but in the prior iteration, we allowed the provisional licensure if they had applied for moral character.
So the application has to come before they begin their provisional licensure. They have to at least have applied.
That was in the prior rules.
And isn't it the case that if a red flag is raised during the review of the moral character, that they could be suspended?
Is that in the current rules, Donna?
No, I don't believe that's in the current rules. I think it's if they get an adverse determination, then they'd no longer be eligible to participate in the provisional licensure program. Again, those were those rules. If the committee wanted to do something differently, that is certainly an option.
No, I think I looked at them the other day, and it's an initial adverse determination. So while would suspend them while they were undertaking an appeal, and if they won their appeal, then they could start up in the program again.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Julianne?
I just wanted to say 2 comments. I'd be in support as well of the provisional licensure program. Number 1, without that pathway. Looking at number 2, with the pathway to you can consider for attorney applicants, since they have passed a bar in another state, especially considering, the statute that's currently working its way through the legislature. I'm not sure about, if the reciprocity will be done in time for these February 2025 applicants. So I just wanted to state that, I would be in support of number 2 for attorney applicants as well. And then going to number 8, I would be in support of that as well. Seeing what kind of data there is, and I guess maybe a question as far as the auditing of the numbers, the scores, the aggregation, how that would be done and how that would be looked at in a comprehensive way, looking forward and looking back.
Alex?
I wanted to steer the committee back to what the Supreme Court's opinion on PBE, a portfolio bar exam. This is the reason why I asked the staff to include the court's October 2024 order and for the committee's benefits. Donna, I don't mean to put you on the spot, but if I recall correctly, the Supreme Court actually has said that the PBE will be available only to the graduates of accredited law schools. Can you sort of speak to that as far as why PBE will be available to only graduates of accredited law schools, and why that would not bode well to the consideration in terms of accepting PBE as an option?
So I have to admit that you're taxing my memory a little bit, but I will sort of definitely share the discussions that were going on at the time. There were discussions as part of the recommendation to the Supreme Court for the portfolio bar exam about potentially making it available only to graduates of certain types of law schools, ABA accredited, California accredited law schools. I believe the recommendation was to make it available to those 2 types and not to, if memory serves, and not to graduates of registered law schools. I believe that the Supreme Court said, 1, that they didn't have the authority based on the statutory requirement that everybody take the general bar exam to order the PBE. But I believe they also indicated that to the extent that there was something like that, it would need to be equally available to applicants from all law school types.
Right. Thank you. No, I think your memory is great. One of the most unique admission practices in California is how we allow applicants from JD with a JD from law schools that are not accredited by the ABA to sit for the bar exam, and applicants from JDs from law schools, for example, accredited by the State Bar of California or registered with the State Bar, actually are not permitted to sit for the bar exam in most bar jurisdictions in the country. And so I believe California was the first state to do that, and the first state to actually offer, or at least one of the earliest states to offer a California accredited to non-ABA schools. That said, I just wanted to make sure the committee, or at least to refresh our recollection, the Supreme Court actually has said a couple of things that sort of are worth discussing. One of the things that the court has said is that the PBE may be unfair because supervisor, and we talked about under the supervision of an attorney, how supervisor involvement can create different variance in work quality based on the supervisor's skills rather than the applicant's competence. And in that sense, applicants with better supervisors may produce stronger portfolios, and there are a few safeguards in place against applicants using templates written by others. And so to that end, the order seems to suggest that this issue sort of undermines the consistency and fairness of the PBE. But also, the court actually has in some way suggests that the PBE is not an adequate measure of an applicant's competency in issue spotting, client interviews, or negotiations, right? Unlike we have, multiple choices or MCQs where you know exactly which topics would be tested, right? These are pre-constructed questions with known issues or rules. Well, real world scenarios have unknown variables, right? Making it very difficult for the grading committee, right, to the extent we can even commission a grading committee to make that assessment, to actually assess whether crucial facts or legal issues have been missed. And that's going to be a very difficult challenge. And also, a couple of things the court also mentioned is the ethical tensions in supervised practice. Now, supervisors, and I'm sure for those of you attorneys who are under the supervision of an attorney or have supervised subordinates, supervisors invest in training applicants, right? But they may have disincentives to objectively confirm that the portfolio work is solely the applicant's independent effort, right? These concerns remain unaddressed, whether or not we grant, this as a remedy. But also, if you look at the Blue Ribbon Commission's report, and I have written a dissenting opinion about this, we actually studied a program very similar to the PBE that was offered by the Law Society of Ontario, which encountered serious issues. And I know these are issues that we may not have considered in the past or may not have considered by the applicants, but these are serious issues ranging from pay inequity and employment abuse to workplace harassment and racial and gender discrimination, all reported by program participants. And those numbers are significant. And this is the reason why I have asked the staff to circulate that report, just so you can see those numbers and how that actually would impact a small city or a small city in how they sort of juggle to address this issue. But that's even setting aside the fact that the fees that each applicant have to pay to be enrolled in that program, which cost about, if I remember correctly, about $4,700. $4,700. And now that number will likely be far more for Californian applicants to cover a lot of the bar administration related expenses, right? Ranging from overheads to compliance, you name it, it's going to be a lot more than $4,700. I can't fathom forcing our applicants to stomach that much money just to be enrolled in this program. Now, there is a place for PBE. I humbly believe that. I already said this during, in my opinion, and I already said this in the Blue Ribbon Commission. But the biggest problem that we ought to think about is, do we have an infrastructure to actually support it? Because without an infrastructure, we cannot scale from 0 to 60. And when the Blue Ribbon Commission actually considered that as an option, we received no less than 61, I repeat that number, at least 61 bar associations who wrote to us and openly said they were against it. That letter was dated, I believe, back in November 2023. There were 61 signatories to that letter questioning the integrity, the reliability, and the objectivity of the supervised practice program. Now, some of those concerns are similar to what we're trying to address here, right? And also very similar to what the Supreme Court has already addressed and expressed in the order. And so I ponder, in considering the PBE here, are we actually opening a can of worm again, repeating what we have just gone through in February? Are we trying to put the applicants in an area where they're going to be struggling finding supervisors? Because again, there's 61 bar associations who are now against it or against the structure. Where are they going to find supervisors? I honestly don't have an answer to that. And so it's not about just providing a remedy, but it's also about making sure the remedy actually works, right? That they actually can receive relief through it. And so I will leave it to you, to the committee members, to think about these tough questions because there's no easy answer to any of these issues.
Thank you, Alex. Do we have anybody else? You know, just
Alan?
Yeah, go ahead, Paul.
Yeah, I would like to see us, not today, because I'm not ready to say I'm for it, but I'm very interested in the idea of going back, revisiting the decision to have our own bar exam versus using the national conference's new exam, perhaps with a local element or two. We can't decide that today, but I'd like to put it on the front burner so we maybe consider it at our next meeting or start the process of thinking about that. I think I said at the last meeting, the time to do that is now, before we spend a lot of money working on our own new California exam. If we can make that work, there's advantages. And one of the public comments was to the effect that many of the very people on the Blue Ribbon Commission who were initially in favor of a California only exam have since, after seeing how the new bar exam has developed, the national one, started to change their minds and may even be in favor of that proposal now.
Paul, that's actually item 3.3 on today's agenda, which I think we will not likely have an opportunity to get to, so we can certainly move that discussion over to the June meeting.
And
okay,
having
great.
just returned yesterday from the National Conference of Bar Examiners and getting extensive information about the next gen exam, I'd be prepared to talk about that. But let's put that off till June. But I appreciate you raising this, Paul. I think this is something we have to discuss. Other thoughts on today's issues? So let's start narrowing down what it is we're going to recommend. Is there a motion? Should we take each? Audrey, I'm going to ask for some guidance here.
Yeah,
Should we?
so what I've heard is
Yeah.
provisional licensure without a pathway to full licensure as something that has some level of consensus.
Mm-hmm.
Do we want to talk about some, and I heard Bethany say 2 years. Do you want to talk about 2 years from when? Do you want, it is every, like maybe some parameters around that remedy that has come up from several of the committee members?
Do you
What was
want to
the
maybe
last-
take a vote to see if the committee supports a provisional licensure program without a pathway to licensure? And if so, then we can work on the parameters.
That was my next suggestion. So do we have a motion?
So the motion was pretty skeletal because not knowing
Right.
what you would approve,
All right.
but I can put up what I had.
Well, do I hear a motion to adopt provisional licensure without a pathway? In other words, taking a bar exam at the end.
So moved. Paul moves. And let's see, the one basic question is, I don't know if you consider it a parameter, but would that include those who failed the exam?
The way I unsuccessful or withdrew is the language.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I missed unsuccessful. You've covered it.
I started typing. Did that stop the momentum of the voting? I'm sorry.
I assume people were reading. That's fine with me.
Oh.
I'm not sure we heard who made the second.
Bethany.
Bethany made the second. Paul moved, Bethany seconded. Is there any further discussion just on this? So I'd like to take a vote on this, and then we can start talking about parameters. Seeing none, Devin, can you call the roll, please?
Dr. Bolton,
Yes.
Dr. Cow, not present. Kareem Gangora, not present. Larry Kaplan,
Yes.
Paul Kramer,
Yes.
Alex Lawrence, not present. Esther Lynn,
No.
Justice Masiwala,
Yes.
Joshua Montgomery, not present. Bethany Peak,
Yes.
Ashley Silva Guzman, not present. Julianne Smith,
Yes.
Judge Reyna, not present. Vince Reyes,
Yes, yes.
Alan Yokelson,
Yes.
Alex Chan.
No.
With 8 yeses and 2 nos, the motion passes.
Audrey, can you lead a discussion now on parameters?
Right, so I heard the idea from Bethany of 2 years. Would that be 2 years from when results came out today, or I don't know, or once we get the program rules approved, 2 years from then?
So, and Alan, I just want to clarify, what I understood you to be doing was polling, not taking a motion, because the motion wasn't fully baked at this point and didn't have the parameters in. Was the intention to have a motion there, or was it to poll to understand whether there was support for this particular remedy?
I did talk about polling, but it was my intention finally to have a motion to move this forward.
Okay.
So-
As we develop these, maybe we can work on getting better motion language to capture everything the committee wants as part of this potential remedy.
Yeah,
What
that's
if
what we're
we
doing right now.
consider this to be a draft and we just keep adding on to it? Take a final vote when we're done.
That's fine. So to the question about length of time, Bethany, you had mentioned 2 years.
Yeah.
What,
I actually didn't have thoughts from the start date. I don't know what the current PLL, where is that start date run from?
It's expiring at the end of this year, so what if we said at the end of 2027, December 31st?
Look, you might want to make it from the launch of whenever the new program launches. So people will have a full 2 years from application to the that new program, because we would need to, if we're just folding it into the existing program, we'd need to amend the rules, which would need to be approved by the Supreme Court. So you might want to just make it 2 years from when the sort of the new program or revised program launches.
Well, the end of
Do we have any-
December 27 is 2+ years from now. Because it's all of 26 and all of 27.
right, but when does it start? When can they
Well,
apply?
it's an arbitrary date we can pick. I just think just say the end of 27. It's just people, it's easy to remember and plan around landmark. It will, let's see, it will mean the results of the fall 27 bar exam will be available by then.
Do you want to say 2 years from when the program launches or December 2027, whichever is later?
Well, if it doesn't launch soon, it won't be worth it to anyone. I guess you could.
Can you see my screen? That's kind of what I wrote.
Yeah, because this is a separate program, right? We're not folding it in to the current.
Well, I can anticipate we're going to hear from the few people that are still in the existing program that they would like to stay in there. And I don't know, that's another thing maybe we should discuss.
And that was a recommendation that staff made to the Board of Trustees following this committee's action in March to recommend the provisional licensure program. Staff had recommended to the board to also extend the program that's set to expire, the original PLL program, to extend that as well to the same deadline.
Okay, well, that's a policy call that we normally would weigh in on, so I'm good with that approach.
Just extending the deadline on the current program, and then people can newly apply, people who aren't in it now, is that?
I think it's the ones who are still in it.
Yeah. And administratively, I think there's probably some advantage to changing as little of the old program as we need to. And the only thing I saw that might need change was the fees that those people are paying, because I understand they are nowhere close to covering the costs of administering the program.
Yes, that is correct, and staff had similarly recommended to the Board of Trustees when advancing this committee's prior proposal to ensure that the rules of court directed the state bar to set appropriate fees to cover the costs.
Okay. What other?
And is it clear from this that would include the carryovers from the original program?
I might suggest a reference to participants who are currently participating under Rule of Court 9.49 and 9.49.1.
Do we have to refer to point one, because that was what I call the retroactive reduction in the cut score provision, which isn't relevant here.
It's, I guess, 9.49 only, yeah.
Yeah, it's the committee's call whether you want to extend one or both. 9.49 was the one that required people to take and pass the bar exam at the end.
Yeah, and the other one, they had to put in 300 hours of supervised practice and get their moral character and their MPRE and other requirements. And if they haven't done that by now, what can we do for them? Or what should we do for them? My answer is nothing.
What else do we need to include in here?
Could we say participants in B instead of applicants?
Oh, sure. Sorry. That's more consistent.
I can't read the motion.
Do I need to embiggen it?
Well, let's see. Do we want to change when they have to, or how much they have to be on the road to a positive moral character determination, or require them to have passed the MPRE? I forget what the existing rules are. Could you refresh me, Donna?
Sure. With regard to the MPRE, they do not have to have passed the MPRE or gotten the committee's 80 score of 86, which is the passing score in California. They don't have to have taken or passed the MPRE. If they have not, then they need to take the ethics components of the State Bar's new attorney training program within 30 days of being provisionally licensed. So that's the MPRE piece. And then for the moral character piece, they need to submit their moral character application, but do not need to have received a positive determination at the time of applying for the program. If they receive an adverse determination, then they would be suspended from the program.
Audrey, I think you could eliminate any reference to that. If we say in A, this program will extend, or we talk about extending the existing program under 9.49, then that brings all of those rules, unless we want to change them, along with it without having to state.
Oh, I see. So keep it the same.
Yeah, so let's scroll down or up a little bit.
This way or this way? Sorry, this way?
That way. So maybe we say extend the existing rule 9.49 provisional licensure program, or Have we said who's eligible in any of this?
Just from this part, February 2025 California bar applicants who were unsuccessful.
Okay, as long as we said that. Let's see. Technically, the program can't launch until the rules are amended, so you might want to reverse those two.
Mhm.
2 years after the rules of court are amended and the program launches. So then if it takes us a little while, then a little more time is built in. But for this to be good to anyone, we have to get this going really quickly.
And I just say whichever is later, not whichever date affords the participant more time.
Yeah.
Paul, just for clarity for the board, since that's where this would be headed next, can I just suggest perhaps expansion of Rule 9.49 provisional licensure program to include, and then Audrey, you can use the language above about individuals who withdrew or were not successful on the February 2025 exam, and then include the time parameters after that.
And you could probably get rid of the without a pathway. Because that's
Assumed in the rules.
and should we say expansion and extension of the rule?
Yes.
Okay, my co-working place here is going to kick me out in a couple of minutes, so I'm simply going to move out to outside the door, but maybe offline, or we'll see how it goes for a minute.
Well, do we need any further discussion on this? Alex? You're muted?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just trying to understand the rationale behind providing this program to those who withdrew from the program. I certainly understand the challenges and difficulties, but what's the rationale for the committee to even consider providing relief to those applicants who didn't take the exam?
Well, we sort of created the scary mess that scared them off, especially those who withdrew. I mean, and this provides them relief, the ability to get going. Similar to COVID.
Sure, but they really withdrew, so they certainly understood the repercussion, the implication of the withdrawal, right? And they signed up for it. Again, there's no easy answer to that, but I'm just trying to understand if this is sort of your recommendation, or is this there's no easy answer either way. I just want to make sure we discussed this and understand the rationale behind applying this benefit to those who didn't even take the exam.
This is Justice Mutual. I would agree with Paul. I mean, we created the problem here that we're trying to remedy, and some bar takers possibly saw that this wasn't going to end well and withdrew just because they maybe foresaw some of these problems. I'm not sure why they don't get the benefit of this. So I would be in favor of the language that's being proposed on the screen right now.
And I think
Very
this
well.
is as far as we can go. I agree with what's been said. We created this. We have to provide some kind of relief. But keeping in mind public safety, which we have to balance against, I think this is as far as we can go. And it fairly balances public safety with providing a remedy.
I just echo that. I wouldn't question the motivation of people who withdrew. It could be for all kinds of different reasons. I think the main point here is that we're trying to be inclusive of anybody who felt that they were wrong by that test.
All right. Do we have Paul back again?
Still here.
He's still.
You're still here. Okay. If there's no further discussion, can
We
we
want to.
move? Yeah, go ahead, Audrey.
I guess maybe Jean, we should move on to another part of the remedies discussion before voting again?
No, you can vote again. I would just suggest on the future, if you're going to go through each of the possibilities, maybe poll first instead of having a motion. I think this is fine for a motion. It's got all the parameters that you want in there. So if the committee wants to make a motion, they can do so. And then I would just poll instead of having a motion on each of the options as things go forward.
The next option. Okay.
All right. So vote now on this and then we'll poll on the rest. Is that what Jean is saying?
That works.
All right. Do I hear a motion?
This is Bethany. I'll make the motion.
Bethany moves. Is there a
I'll
second?
second it. This is Justice Maciwala.
Thank you, Justice. Thank you, Your Honor. It's any further discussion? Devin, please call the roll.
Dr. Bolton,
Yes.
Dr. Cow, not present. Kareem Gangora, not present. Larry Kaplan,
Yes.
Paul Kramer, not
Yes.
present.
Oh, he said yes. I heard him.
Perfect. Alex Lawrence, not present. Esther Lynn,
No.
Justice Maciwala,
Yes.
Joshua Montgomery, not present. Bethany Peak,
Yes.
Ashley Silva Guzman, not present. Julianne Smith,
Yes.
Judge Reyna, not present. Vince Reyes,
Yes.
Alan Yokelson,
Yes.
Alex Chan.
No.
With 8 yeses and 2 nos, the motion passes.
All right. Thank you.
Alan, do you want to? Oh, go ahead.
No, you go ahead, Audrey.
Oh, sorry. Do you want to take a poll on one of the options for attorneys?
I do.
Okay.
Do you want to do that?
So
just
I think
bring them up individually. And
from
we'll
the comments the members were making during the discussion was the idea of admission on motion. Is that what you want to take a straw poll on that?
On which one?
To admit attorneys on motion who didn't pass the exam? Or do you want to take a look at, I put a couple different options. Oops.
All right.
And I guess the question, one of the reasons we discussed AB 1522 was whether the current statute permits that, If not, right, the statute is changing and it'll change more quickly than the bar would have the ability to necessarily get it to change. And so, yeah, so it's just a question of, is there something other than what the statute is proposing to do that the committee wants to do here? Or is this the committee basically getting ahead of the statutory change, if you will, to say, assuming the Assembly Bill 1522 gets enacted, then this is what the committee is prescribing happens.
I
guess
we
my
should get in
comment
front of
is-
it.
I'm sorry, one at a time. Bethany?
Sorry, that was pretty much the extent of my comment. I think that should we vote and approve it and we're ahead of the legislation, I think that we should get in front of it. And if it's not passed, I don't know if we want to discuss an alternative. I think we should just, well, I've already said I'm in favor of it, so.
All right. Justice Maciwala, I think? Who did I cut off before?
Julianne.
I had my hand up. I think one of the issues too is that I think the statute would prevent us from allowing attorneys on motion. So I think we need the legislature to pass that before we can offer that. And that was like kind of mentioned that I was in support of number 2, the provisional licensure with the pathway to those attorney applicants to kind of fill that gap while that bill is passing the legislature.
Yeah, we have
ahead.
so many of the attorneys passed. Their pass rate was what averaged close to 80%. I wonder if there's really a problem here to solve.
The assembly bill would be going forward for all time, not just this
But it just
administration.
authorizes us to do something or not. I'm actually in favor of developing a reciprocity program, but I think it has to be worked out. And I would insist that any other jurisdiction that we let their attorneys in allows our attorneys in. Although I don't want to see that effort hijacked by the accredited and registered schools who want to try to use it to lever those states to accept their graduates if they don't want to. I don't think that's our business to lean on them that way.
What is the sense of the committee for adopting this, assuming that the law changes? I see the writing
Look,
going back and forth.
I'll say that, I know we have discussed reciprocity in the past as something that we wanted to allow for attorney applicants, and that hasn't gone through. And the committee is always, this is one of our main complaints, is that we're always kind of behind the ball as things are moving. It's coming to us a little too late. And I think that to the extent that we've discussed this in the past, for those people that agree with providing reciprocity for attorney applicants, I think this is a opportunity for us to make some progress on something that we have previously been in support of. And we recommend it to the court.
But like Paul said, there are some details that need to be worked out. So maybe this can be advisory at this stage, or even something to add to the work plan, assuming that the legislation passes.
And
Yeah, investigate it.
I caution the committee to just think about, are you talking reciprocity, right, which envisions a reciprocal agreement? Or are you talking something more about it, more like admission on motion, regardless of what the other state may or may not allow with regard to California attorneys getting admitted to their bar? So that's something that just to sort of be mindful of the word choice and what you are hoping to accomplish here. The other option, just to mention it, that Audrey had mentioned as part of her in the staff report, one of the options was a special admission program, which is something that we could do without statutory change. Right now, while the statutory change is pending. And so that's an option also that would create some flexibility for attorneys now, if that's something that the committee wants to do, and then would allow you to develop admission on motion or reciprocity recommendations to the Supreme Court if the statute allows us to do that.
Leah, you had your hand up?
No, I was just going to say exactly what Donna said, that special admissions is another option. And I think we'd want to put in there that are in good standing in their other jurisdictions.
What do people think about this?
This is
I'm only in,
Justice.
Yeah,
Oh, I'm
just
sorry. This is Justice Mayswell. I'm in favor of this, and I just would add to Paul's comment about the high passage rate of attorneys licensed in other states for the February bar exam. I think we also heard, though, from people who are licensed in other states, quite poignant public comment who didn't pass. And if this provides a method for them to be able to practice in California if they have passed another state's bar and are in good standing, I would definitely be in favor of that.
yeah, I'm for full reciprocity only.
Oh, yeah, we can't see the motion right now as it's written. Bethany?
Just following up on Donna's comment about choosing the appropriate language, reciprocity versus admitting on motion. I am aware that a lot of states don't offer reciprocity with California because California doesn't offer reciprocity with anyone. And so I think to the extent that it would limit, I think, the remedy that we're trying to provide if we do use a true reciprocity, because how many states is that going to encompass? And so I'm just trying to say, like, however we can phrase it so that I think maybe, I don't know if it's admitting on motion or special admissions or if that's the same thing, but maybe that is the language we should be using if we're going to proceed with the motion.
Can you see my screen still? I put either reciprocal or admission on motion. Can you see? Okay. Can you guys see this still? Sorry, Ella, you said you couldn't see my screen.
Well,
Yeah, I
yeah,
can see.
and we also have closed captioning here and it
Yeah.
blocks some of our screen.
You guys can turn that off.
No, we can't actually. For A, you started to write an A there?
I was going to write the suggestion about, while this is in the interim, to expedite a special admissions process for out-of-state attorneys. What was kind of spelled out, sort of like the registered military spouse rules of court that we already have. That was a suggestion that I heard.
Reciprocity work for those Californians or accredited graduates from accredited schools and non-California accredited schools. Would reciprocity also apply to those individuals? Because most jurisdictions don't accept reciprocity for applicants who are not graduates of ABA schools.
Well, coming into it, they knew their prospects were more limited than ABA graduates. And so I don't feel like anybody's being cheated. And I don't think we should, if we're looking at reciprocity, we shouldn't penalize our ABA graduate members or hold them hostage in order to try to squeeze out that benefit for the registered and accredited schools.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. Here is setting aside that the statute is pretty clear that bar exam is required. Business Professional Code 6065 also mandates that we not offer different pathway of licensures depending upon the manner or school in which they acquired a legal education. And so to the extent the committee is going to consider reciprocity, that remedy has to apply to everyone, regardless of what school they graduate from.
Or maybe that's another aspect of the assembly bill that needs to be addressed.
Well, I mean, the court already set this in its order. It's pretty clear as far as the language goes. And, as a Supreme Court appointee, I need to stay loyal to the Supreme Court's order. And that's, that applies to all the Supreme Court appointees. I just want to be mindful that, unless the legislature acts on this, either by repealing or modifying the statute, we can't do what would be against the law. I think that's really the caution that I want to give to the members of the committee.
Well, I think all of this is contingent on passing the legislature or the Supreme Court approving it. Is that correct?
That's correct. In the number 2, as it's set forth right now, it says that in the event the statutory language is amended, which is a requirement, and yes, the Supreme Court would have to act on this as well.
Right. These are
what I'm saying is the author of the bill might consider whether the provision you just mentioned, Alex, also needs to be amended.
Right. But at the end of the day, to Alex's point, these are recommendations. Correct, Jean?
That's right. These are recommendations that are going to the board, and then will be transmitted to the Supreme Court. And I'm looking at 6060.5, Alex, which is what I believe you mentioned. And that has to do with admission to practice in California. So we can't have different final bar exams depending on the manner or school in which one acquires their legal education. So that's the specific statutory language that I think you were referencing.
So that doesn't sound like it would be a roadblock then.
No, I do wonder though if the current language here proposed either a reciprocal admission process or admission on motion, if the committee really needs to narrow down what they are recommending.
Yeah, this isn't a self-executing program we've just defined.
Donna, why do we need to, this is Justice Maciel, why do we need to narrow it down now?
Well, arguably you don't. Because you would need to then come back and ultimately make a full recommendation to the Supreme Court. If it's sort of either or at this point, then I think the Supreme Court would likely want to see what the committee's final recommendation is and act on the final recommendation as opposed to an either or. And part of the reason I think, Justice Mesiwala, that I was saying that was because there's some committee members who are supportive of one and not the other, and I was hearing some strong voices, and so I didn't know if having both would jeopardize a motion that some members would otherwise favor.
Bethany?
Then, in light of that, Donna, I'm gonna push for admission on the motion because I think that's the more inclusive of the two options, if I'm correct. Would that be true?
It does not require it doesn't require reciprocity. So the other state would not have to be granting the same rights to California attorneys wanting to be licensed in the other state.
Okay, then if it would improve our chances to have one, I am going to suggest that we leave the admission on motion and take out the reciprocity then. But we can discuss it.
Paul, I think you're muted.
Oh, I wasn't, was I?
Well, it
Nope.
said it says you're talking.
Yeah, now I am. Yeah, I'm in favor of the opposite of what Bethany did, but I think you know that.
Devin, this is Justice Maciel. How many votes do we need for a motion to pass, given the people that we have in this meeting?
We need 6.
We need 6. Okay, thank you.
Do you want to call for a vote on this language?
Yeah, I think we've talked about it. Is there a motion?
Is everyone seeing that I added the expediting special admissions? Like, I just want to make sure everyone saw that I added that. As well.
Scroll it up a little. Yeah, there we go.
Oh, right, past the closed caption.
There we go. Okay.
I'll make that motion.
Justice Mesiwala moves.
Bethany will second.
Bethany seconds. Devin, please call the roll.
Dr. Bolton,
Yes.
Dr. Cow, not present. Kareem Gangora, not present. Larry Kaplan,
Yes.
Paul Kramer,
No.
Alex Lawrence, not present. Esther Lynn,
No.
Justice Maciwala,
Yes.
Bethany Peak,
Yes.
Julianne Smith,
Yes.
Vince Reyes,
Yes.
Judge Reyna, not present. Alan Yokelson,
No.
Alex Chan,
No.
with 6 yeses and 4 nos, the motion passes.
Okay. What's next, Audrey?
Oh, well, any other remedies to add? And then I think, do we vote on the whole thing again, or?
No, you're not
No.
gonna have to vote. We've done motions for the
Okay.
first two, so we'll just have to do a motion for whichever else, if any, the committee elects to proceed with.
We have the pathway
Yes.
and
What
Yeah, so
about
procedurally, one of the members of the committee would have to make the motion before we can have a discussion.
well, what about adding the reconsideration of our position on the uniform bar exam?
So that's not part of this agenda item. And what we do need to
oh, it's
add is,
the November experiment.
yeah. I have that language, Audrey. I'm
Great.
gonna-
Wasn't there a catch-all for this agenda item? In other words, we could come up with other stuff.
Yes, we can discuss any other remedies besides the 2 that we voted on, if we want to add those.
So then the UBE could be one of those.
Yeah. Paul, I agree, and I really want to discuss this. But in the interest of time,
We
and we
have
still
a-
have a closed session.
Yeah, we have a closed session item we have to get to. We put it over from the last meeting, so if it's gonna be a significant.
And I
No.
think this might be a significant discussion. So
Yeah, so how about just an investigate or reconsider, just noting the homework to reconsider it? Or if you'll promise me we will at the next meeting, we'll discuss it all.
I, to the extent that I can control it, yes. I do
Yeah.
promise that.
Alex?
Yeah,
All
we
right.
can definitely put that in the agenda.
Yeah,
Okay,
okay.
so let's see.
Diploma privilege? Have we covered that basically with?
Can you see my screen, Alan? This is the further resolved about the November incentive. We put a pin on that earlier.
Yes.
It looks good to me.
Yeah, so we're
Well-
simply, the points that they earned in November.
Requesting that they can be extended through July.
And in the same way that the fee extension is.
Exactly.
Okay. Is there any discussion on this? Do we need a motion? I guess we do.
This is Bethany. I'll move.
I
Bethany
guess if you
moved.
can just go over like a super short overview about what that means exactly for the scaled score adjustment, that they were just kind of given a bonus for it. Just super quick overview.
Donna, can you do that?
Sure. So those who participated in the November experiment at the, Julianne, at the last Committee of Bar Examiners meeting on April 18th, the committee identified the scoring adjustment that would be given to people who participated and met a minimum threshold of performance. So if they got 28 out of the 49 questions correct, then they were given a 40-point adjustment as applied to the multiple choice portion of the exam, which worked out to an overall 20-point adjustment to their scaled score. And so all this is saying is that 20-point adjustment to the scaled score, which was authorized by the Supreme Court to be applied to whichever exam they took, whichever 2025 exam they took first, because the committee has recommended extending the fee waiver to allow them to take the 2026 exams for free in lieu of taking the July 2025 exam. This would similarly say, and that scoring adjustment could apply to whichever exam you take first in 2025 or 2026.
And the reason for doing this was to incentivize people to meaningfully participate in this, in the experimental portion.
That's right.
Hi, thank you.
Okay. So, going back, I think Bethany moved and Paul seconded. Devin, call the roll.
Can we have a quick discussion? So with the court's order going
I'm
back
sorry.
to the
Alex?
it's okay. With the court's order going back to the NCBE multiple choices, how would this impact, again, to the extent there's any impact, apply? Would that also apply to the NCBE portion of the multiple choices? Because here, the resolve is not very clear whether it's applicable to future multiple choices drafted by, say, Kaplan versus ones that are drafted by NCBE. Maybe there isn't a distinction. There isn't really a distinction we want to make. But I ponder whether we need some language in there to make this very clear what we want.
I don't know if we need to. I certainly did not understand it to be related to Kaplan. It was just, we didn't have the money to just pay them or reduce their exam costs. So we came up with this.
Well, it was also, we found that money, we wanted people to meaningfully participate in this too. So this was.
Well, we also took care of that by saying if your score didn't reflect meaningful participation, you wouldn't get the benefit.
That's true.
If an applicant takes the July exam the first time, would they get the scoring adjustment, even though they would be taking the NCBE version and not the Kaplan version?
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
remember our story was that our questions were the equivalent and just as good as the MCBE's questions. That's probably a punchline at this point, but that was our assumption.
Right.
So the point here is just to afford the test takers who met the minimum threshold the scoring adjustment that they were entitled to by participating and helping us by doing the November experiment, to give them the opportunity to get that adjustment at whichever is the next bar exam they take, whether it be July 25, February 26, or July 26.
Agreed. So I want to make sure the intent was to also apply to the NCBE version, and it's not limited to Kaplan, which obviously we would not be using in the next administration.
Yeah, I don't think any language needs to be added to reflect that.
Also, we all have a mutual understanding.
Right.
Right.
Is there further discussion? Devin, please call the roll.
Dr. Bolton,
Yes.
Dr. Cow, not present. Kareem Gangora, not present. Larry Kaplan,
Yes.
Paul Kramer,
Yes.
Alex Lawrence, not present. Esther Lynn,
No.
Justice Macy Walla,
Yes.
Joshua Montgomery, not present. Bethany Peak,
Yes.
Ashley Silva Guzman, not present. Julianne Smith,
Yes.
Jed Drana, not present. Vince Reyes,
Yes.
Alan Yokelson,
Yes.
Alex Chan,
Yes.
with 9 yeses and 1 no, the motion passes.
Do we have some other remedies that have been suggested by staff? Is there anything else that the committee wishes to consider? Seeing none, I think it's time to move on to the closed session. Audrey? Donna, do you?
Yes, I sent everyone a link, a calendar link earlier today for closed.
Question.
Yes.
Can we revisit the other remedies later? Or it's now or never?
Larry, the question is, can we revisit the other remedies later? And I think the answer is this is the time to do it.
This is the
So-
time to do it.
Yeah, so Larry, go ahead.
Well, then I guess the question is there anything from the other remedies that we feel we need to approve? I don't know. I'm not suggesting one, but I'm asking the group, because if we don't do it now, then it ain't gonna happen.
Right, and that's why I asked if there was anything else that the committee wanted to raise.
Yeah,
Bethany?
I had thought about that also. I think that in light of the PLL, that it might be a more sufficient remedy for some of the people that, obviously the people that didn't pass, because I was in favor of the imputation of the score, but if we're going to allow them to be provisionally licensed for a couple years, and my thought was that that is probably a better remedy for them to get to work and make money than getting the score, but
All right. Larry, I don't want to cut off any discussion. If anybody else wants to bring up any of these remedies, please. Okay. Seeing none, the committee will now move in the closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 11126E1.
Ellen, sorry, if I can just make one quick comment, because
Yes.
some applicants have asked us to make this sort of statement. I have sort of considered it in my capacity. I wanted to make a quick statement to all the employers, actually, of all our applicants. The statement is that the recent bar exam presented a number of technical challenges that obstructed the ability of our applicants to complete the exam as intended. And so these issues, which included obviously we all know by now, system lockouts and file access failures, occurred through no fault of their own. In the light of these circumstances, and with the Supreme Court having now issued scoring adjustments and limited relief to account for the exam's shortcomings, I respectfully urge employers to consider extending grace and continue to support these applicants who did not pass this administration. And we have heard several of them during the public comment period, because this bar exam doesn't truly reflect the competence of practice law. Full stop. And these individuals really prepared under difficult conditions and faced systematic obstacles beyond the control. And so their character, in my opinion, their work ethic and legal acumen really remain unchanged. That many of them have survived through these challenges really speaks to the confidence of practice law. And so allowing them to continue in the roles, whether they're law clerk or otherwise, through temporary extensions or conditional offers, reflects not only compassion, but also a commitment to fairness and equity in our profession. So I just want to thank all the employees who are listening in advance for considering it from extending grace to our applicants. With that, I pass it back to you.
Thank you, Alex. I think everybody on the committee, I unanimously, however, we all agree with that sentiment, and we all urge that. So thank you very much, Alex. So with that, the committee will now move in the closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 11126E1 of the Business and Professions Code and Section 6026.7C4 of the Government Code, Section 1126C2, to discuss an action on operations and management and appeals and conferences with legal counsel, existing litigation. So those of you who are here in the audience, yeah, you got to go. But thank you so much for coming, participating, hanging in here. I look forward to all of you being our colleagues in the future. And when you are admitted to the California Bar, consider applying to this committee.
And we will return to open session after the closed session to close out the meeting, and items 3.3 and 3.4 will be put over to a future meeting.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Donna.
It's just going to take me a few minutes. I've got to go to a different location to take the closed meeting, so I'll just be there in a few minutes.
Okay.
I'm not sure what she
Yeah.
Okay,
guys,
this is Paul Kramer. Go
Paul.
ahead, Alan.
Paul, we're so sorry. We had trouble logging back in. We are now back in. We're in open session again. There is nothing to report out from closing. And if there is nothing further, I'm going to declare this meeting adjourned. Thank you, everybody.